Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The cabin was charming, remote, quiet, untouched. But when she opened the guest book on the front desk, she found something chilling. Her own name written in shaky cursive next to a comment that read, "Please don't let him find me again." She had never been there before. I've always been drawn to small towns that rest just beyond the reach of civilization. Places where cell service fails and GPS coordinates become mere suggestions. That's how I found myself driving along a winding mountain road in early October, the kind of road where pine trees lean in from both sides, casting long, patient shadows across weathered asphalt. The Pinewood Lodge wasn't on any travel website. An old colleague had mentioned it once, a family-owned collection of cabins dating back to the 1950s, preserved like insects in amber, unchanged by time or trend. When my latest investigation had hit a wall, I decided a change of scenery might help clear my mind. As a private investigator specializing in cold cases, I'd learned that sometimes distance from a problem revealed solutions invisible up close. I arrived as afternoon light was bleeding into evening, that golden hour when shadows stretch and soften. The main office was a small cabin with wide windows and a porch furnished with 2 rocking chairs that moved slightly in the gentle breeze, as if recently vacated. A brass bell sat on the counter, its surface dulled by years of palms pressing against it. I let my fingers rest on the cool metal for a moment before ringing it, listening to the sound drift through the quiet space. Mrs. Harmon emerged from a back room, wiping her hands on a faded blue apron. She was in her 70s, with silver hair pulled into a loose bun and eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. The kind of person who seemed to have spent a lifetime watching and noticing. "You must be Mr. Wilson," she said, her voice warm like honey and tea. "We've got you in cabin 7 down by the lake. Not many guests this time of year. You'll have plenty of quiet." Quiet was exactly what I needed. As she gathered my paperwork, I noticed a leather-bound book on the counter, its spine cracked from years of use. The guest book, something I hadn't seen in years, a relic from before online reviews and star ratings. "Feel free to sign before you leave," Mrs. Harmon said, noticing my gaze. "Been keeping that since my father-in-law opened this place in '53. Some families have been coming back for generations. It's like a history book of sorts." I nodded, accepting the old brass key she handed me. It was heavy in my palm, attached to a wooden tag with the number 7 burned into it. "Breakfast is from 7 to 9, she continued, though we're flexible if you need more sleep. The trails around the property are marked with blue tags on the trees, the unmarked ones." She paused, her smile fading slightly. "Well, best to stick to the marked ones." I thanked her and headed to my cabin, carrying my single suitcase down a path lined with river stones. Cabin 7 was at the end of a short dock, suspended partially over the water. Inside was simple, a queen bed with a quilt, a stone fireplace, a small kitchenette, and a bathroom with fixtures that had probably been installed during the Eisenhower administration. It felt like stepping into the past, but in a comforting way. That night I slept more deeply than I had in months, lulled by the gentle lapping of water beneath the cabin floor. Morning brought fog rolling across the lake surface, transforming the world into something ethereal and undefined. After a breakfast of homemade blueberry pancakes and coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in, I decided to look through that guest book more carefully. Professional habit, I suppose. I'm always drawn to the stories people leave behind. Mrs. Harmon was busy in the kitchen, so I slipped behind the counter and carefully opened the leather-bound book. The earliest entries dated back to 1953. The handwriting varied and expressive in ways you rarely see anymore. People wrote paragraphs then, not just their names and hometowns. They described fishing trips and honeymoons, family reunions and solitary retreats. I flipped forward through the decades, watching handwriting styles evolve, noting how entries became shorter as the years progressed. Then I reached the entries from last year and a name caught my eye, Elaine Curtis. It wasn't just that I recognized the name. It was that the handwriting matched the style of letters I'd found in a cold case file I'd been reviewing for the past 3 months. A case involving a woman who had disappeared from her apartment in Seattle 18 months ago. The handwriting was unmistakable, the same distinctive way of connecting the R and I in her first name, the same slight slant to the right. Beside her name was a cryptic comment, "Please don't let him find me again." I felt a chill run through me despite the warmth of the morning. According to the file, Elaine Curtis had never been found. Her apartment had been left intact, dinner half prepared on the stove, television still on, no signs of struggle. She had simply vanished, leaving behind confused friends, colleagues, and a boyfriend who had been investigated and cleared due to a solid alibi. Yet here was her name, written in a guest book at a remote mountain lodge, dated 6 months after her disappearance. I snapped a photo with my phone, then carefully turned the page, searching for any other entries that might offer context. There were none from the same date. The next entry was from a family who had stayed 2 weeks later. When Mrs. Harmon returned to the front desk, I casually asked about the woman who might have stayed in cabin 7 last April. "Oh, we don't often rent that one in early spring," she said, adjusting her glasses to look at me. "The lake makes it awfully damp that time of year. I believe it was empty until May." Yet there was Elaine's name, dated April 17th of the previous year. "Is there any chance someone might have stayed without an official reservation?" I asked, keeping my tone conversational. "Maybe a friend of the family or someone who knows the area." Something flickered across Mrs. Harmon's face, not quite suspicion, but a subtle closing off. "My husband handles most of the bookings. He's fishing this morning, but you can ask him at dinner if you're curious." I thanked her and retreated to my cabin, the photo of the guest book entry burning a hole in my phone. Back in my room, I pulled out the case file I'd brought with me, a habit I couldn't break, carrying work even on supposed breaks. Elaine Curtis, 34, financial analyst for a mid-sized firm in Seattle, reported missing by her boyfriend when she didn't return his calls for 2 days. No history of mental health issues, no financial problems, no apparent enemies. The photo included in the file showed a woman with chestnut hair cut in a practical bob, serious eyes, and a smile that seemed to be holding something back. Not the kind of person who disappeared without reason. I spread the contents of the file across the bed, interview transcripts, financial records, the preliminary police report. Then I called my contact at the Seattle PD. "Wilson, I'm off the clock and about to tee off," Detective Marquez answered. "This better be good." "Elaine Curtis," I said without preamble. "Did anyone check if she had connections to the Cascades, specifically a place called Pinewood Lodge?" That missing financial analyst, man, that case went cold fast. Boyfriend was in Portland at a conference with 50 witnesses, no forensic evidence in the apartment, bank accounts untouched. He paused and I could hear the rustle of wind through his phone. No mountain connections that I recall. Why? I explained about the guest book, trying to keep the excitement from my voice. "Could be a different Elaine Curtis," he said skeptically. or a hoax. Wouldn't be the first time someone's played games with a cold case. The handwriting matches samples from her apartment, and who would come all the way out here to fake an entry in a guest book nobody reads? He sighed. I'll make some calls on Monday, see if we can get someone to check it out officially. In the meantime, don't play detective with the locals. Last thing we need is you spooking a potential witness. After hanging up, I spent the afternoon hiking the marked trails, my mind circling around that single line, please don't let him find me again. If Elaine was running from someone, who was it? And why had official investigations found no evidence of stalking or threats? When I returned to the lodge for dinner, Mr. Harmon had returned from his fishing trip. He was a large man with weathered hands and a full beard streaked with gray. Unlike his wife, his eyes didn't crinkle when he smiled. They remained watchful, assessing. Over a dinner of fresh-caught trout and roasted potatoes, I carefully brought up the subject of guests who might arrive unannounced or stay off the books. Doesn't happen, he said flatly. My wife handles the books with German precision. Mrs. Harmon smiled at this, though something in her expression seemed strained. Though we did have that one young woman last spring, she said carefully. The one who arrived very late, paid cash for a week. Mr. Harmon's fork paused halfway to his mouth. That was an exception, he said, his voice lower. She was in trouble. What kind of trouble? I asked, keeping my tone casual. The silence stretched just a beat too long before he answered. Car trouble, broken down on the pass, stayed until parts came in for the repair shop in town. It was clearly a lie, but I nodded as if I believed it. Must happen occasionally, this far from main roads. Less than you'd think, said Mrs. Harmon, her eyes not meeting mine. Most folks plan better these days with cell phones and such. After dinner, I retreated to my cabin and sat on the small porch, listening to night insects and watching the moon's reflection ripple on the lake's surface. My instincts told me the Harmons knew more than they were saying. The question was whether they were protecting Elaine Curtis or someone else entirely. The next morning I drove into the small town 10 miles down the mountain. The local repair shop was a weathered building with a hand-painted sign reading Roy's Auto and Towing. Inside smelled of motor oil and old coffee. The man behind the counter introduced himself as Roy's son, Dale. When I asked about a woman whose car might have broken down on the pass last April, he shook his head. April's usually quiet, roads clear enough that tourists aren't getting stuck, but still too early for summer traffic. He scratched his beard thoughtfully. Only tow I remember from last spring was old man Jenkins, who drives that ancient Buick. Finally gave out after 30 years. I thanked him and was turning to leave when he added, though there was that fella looking for his wife. Came through asking questions, showing her picture around. Said she'd taken off with their savings, but he seemed more worried about her than the money. I froze. When was this? Early April, I think. Stayed at the motel for almost a week. Real persistent type. Do you remember his name? Dale shook his head, never caught it. Clean-cut guy though, polite. Had some kind of government ID he kept flashing around. Said he just wanted to make sure his wife was safe. Back at the lodge, I approached Mrs. Harmon when her husband was out checking on a plumbing issue in one of the other cabins. The woman who stayed here last April, I said quietly. She was running from someone, wasn't she? Mrs. Harmon's hands stilled on the counter. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. I think she signed that guest book as a kind of insurance policy, a breadcrumb for someone to follow if something happened to her. Her eyes met mine, and in them I saw fear mixed with resignation. "Are you with him?" she asked, because we told him the same thing we told the others. We never saw her. "I'm a private investigator," I admitted, "but I'm not working for anyone connected to this case. I just happened to notice her name." Mrs. Harmon glanced toward the door. "I can't talk about this. Harold would." She stopped herself. "We don't get involved in people's problems. That's always been our policy." "But you did get involved," I pressed gently. "You let her stay here when she needed help." A tear formed in the corner of her eye. She was terrified, said her husband had connections, that no one would believe her over him, said he'd hurt her before and would do worse if he found her. She wiped the tear away quickly. We gave her cabin 7 for 2 nights. Then my cousin drove her to the bus station in Ellensburg. That's all I know. "Did she say where she was going?" Mrs. Harmon shook her head. She didn't want to tell us, said it was safer that way. "And the man who came looking for her?" "Showed up 2 weeks later, very proper, very concerned, had a badge of some kind, said she was unstable, had stopped taking her medication." Her voice dropped to a whisper, but his eyes were all wrong, cold, like he was reading from a script. I thanked her for her honesty and promised I wasn't there to make trouble, but as I walked back to my cabin, pieces were falling into place. Elaine Curtis hadn't been taken from her apartment, she had fled, and the boyfriend with the perfect alibi wasn't the one she was running from. That night I logged onto the lodge's painfully slow Wi-Fi connection and dug deeper into Elaine's background. Before Seattle, she had worked for a financial consulting firm in Washington, D.C. that specialized in government contracts. And before that, she had been married to a Treasury Department official named Robert Keller. I found their wedding announcement from 8 years ago, but no record of a divorce. He still worked for Treasury, according to LinkedIn, in a division that specialized in tracking financial crimes. A man with government credentials, with access to databases and resources that could track someone across the country. A man whose job was literally following money trails. The next morning I checked out of the lodge, thanking the Harmons for their hospitality. As I was leaving, Mrs. Harmon pressed a small envelope into my hand. "She left this," she said quietly. "Said if anyone ever came asking about her specifically, and I trusted them, I should pass it along. I've been carrying it for a year, not knowing what to do with it." In my car, I carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a safety deposit box key and a slip of paper with an account number and the name of a bank in Portland. Nothing else. As I drove down the mountain away from the quiet lodge with its secrets, I couldn't help but wonder what Elaine Curtis had locked away, evidence against her husband, perhaps, or resources for a new life. And I wondered if she was still running, still looking over her shoulder, or if Robert Keller with the cold eyes had already found her. The guest book entry haunted me. "Please don't let him find me again." A message in a bottle cast into an ocean of indifference, hoping the right person would eventually find it. I don't know if I'm that person, but I'm driving to Portland now, a safety deposit box key burning a hole in my pocket, following a trail that's already grown cold once. Because sometimes the most important stories are the ones written in shaky handwriting, in places where they were never meant to be found. Story 2, I remember the first time I stepped into that apartment. It was late September, and the afternoon light filtered through half-drawn blinds, casting long shadows across hardwood floors that creaked beneath my weight. The air hung still, tinged with the faint scent of furniture polish and something else, something I couldn't quite place then. The building superintendent had called our precinct that morning, his voice wavering as he described what the maintenance worker had found during a routine inspection. Now, standing in the doorway of apartment 4B, I understood his unease. "Detective Sawyer," my partner's voice pulled me from my thoughts. "You might want to see this." I followed Tors down the narrow hallway, past a kitchen with unwashed dishes in the sink and a living room that looked perfectly ordinary, a worn leather couch, a coffee table with scattered magazines, a television that reflected our moving silhouettes. Nothing suggested what we were about to discover. The bedroom was small but meticulously organized, a queen-sized bed with hospital corners, a nightstand with a single lamp, a dresser with nothing on its surface except a framed photograph of a young woman with a warm smile, and against the far wall, a closet with sliding doors. Tors stood before the open closet, her notebook already in hand. The super said the tenant, Eliza Mercer, hasn't been seen in 3 weeks. Neighbors reported nothing unusual. No visitors, no disturbances. I nodded, letting my gaze drift over the contents of the closet. A row of blouses and dresses hung neatly, arranged by color. Below them, a pair of tennis shoes and 3 pairs of heels aligned with precision. The closet was shallow, barely deep enough to hang clothes, but something about it caught my attention. "Do you see that?" I moved closer, gently pushing aside a navy blue coat. Behind the clothing, I traced my fingers along a nearly imperceptible seam in the back wall. It was so subtle that anyone else might have missed it, a thin line that formed the outline of what appeared to be a door. No handle, no hinges visible from this side, just a perfect rectangle cut into the drywall. "I need a crowbar," I said quietly, and Tors disappeared from the room, her footsteps fading down the hallway. While I waited, I studied the closet more carefully. The apartment had been renovated, that much was clear from the fresh paint and updated fixtures, but according to the building plans Tors had pulled up on her tablet, no modifications had been made to the closet spaces. This wall shouldn't have had anything behind it except the neighboring apartment, but that apartment's layout was a mirror image of this one, which meant this wall should back up to their living room, not another closet. Tors returned with a small pry bar from the maintenance worker's toolbox. I worked it carefully into the seam where the hidden door met the wall, applying gentle pressure until I felt something give way. A soft click, and the panel shifted slightly inward. "Ready," I glanced at Tors, who had positioned herself beside me, one hand hovering near her service weapon. I pushed the panel and it swung inward without a sound, revealing darkness beyond. Tors shone her flashlight past me, illuminating what appeared to be a perfect replica of the closet we were standing in, same dimensions, same depth. But instead of clothes, the space contained a sleeping bag neatly rolled against one wall. And mounted in the corner, angled toward where we stood, was a small camera. "Jesus," Tors whispered. I stepped carefully into the second closet, my mind racing through possibilities. The camera was connected to a power source that disappeared into a small hole drilled through the wall. Recent model, wireless capability. I resisted the urge to touch it, instead scanning the rest of the small space with my flashlight. In the corner sat a small cooler. Next to it, a plastic container held energy bars, beef jerky, and bottles of water. Beneath the sleeping bag was a notebook, its edges worn from handling. I crouched down, using my pen to flip it open to the first page. September 1st, moves predictably. Shower at 6:15 a.m. Coffee while checking phone. leaves by 7:30, returns between 5:45 and 6:30 p.m., weekends variable. I flipped through more pages, each filled with similar observations, times, notes about phone calls Eliza had made within earshot of the closet. The handwriting was neat, methodical, the work of someone patient, someone who could wait for hours in a confined space, listening, watching. Tours, call it in, I want CSI here now, and get me everything we have on the building owner and the maintenance staff. Whoever did this had access to the apartment during renovation. As Tours stepped away to make the call, I continued examining the hidden room. My flashlight beam caught something tucked into the far corner, a small digital tablet. When I pressed the power button, the screen illuminated to reveal a gallery of photos, hundreds of them all of Eliza Mercer. Eliza sleeping, Eliza getting dressed, Eliza eating dinner alone. Mundane moments of privacy stolen. The timestamp on the most recent photo was exactly 3 weeks ago, the last day anyone had seen her. I felt a chill settle into my bones as I backed out of the hidden closet. This wasn't just an invasion of privacy. This was predatory surveillance. Someone had been living in Eliza Mercer's walls, watching her most intimate moments, documenting her movements, and now she was gone. Over the next 72 hours, our investigation expanded like ripples in still water. The camera in the closet was connected to an encrypted cloud server that our tech unit was still working to access. The fingerprints lifted from the notebook and sleeping bag matched none in our database. The building's renovation had been completed 6 months earlier by a contractor who had since disappeared, leaving no forwarding address. Then came the breakthrough. A partial boot print found in the dust of the hidden closet matched prints from 3 other scenes, all apartments of young women who had gone missing in the past year. All apartments that had undergone recent renovations. All renovations overseen by the same contractor. His name isn't real, Tours said, dropping a file on my desk 4 days into the investigation. The social security number belongs to a man who died 15 years ago. The business license was obtained with falsified documents, but we got something from the bank records. He made regular deposits at an ATM in Bridgeport. Surveillance footage from the ATM showed a man of average height, his face always obscured by a baseball cap and sunglasses. But in one frame, as he reached for his cash, his sleeve rode up to reveal a distinctive tattoo on his wrist, a skeleton key. "That's our guy," I murmured, studying the grainy image. "Run the tattoo through the database." The match came back within the hour. Jason Whitfield, 38, former locksmith with a sealed juvenile record and 2 complaints of stalking that had been dropped when the accusers suddenly recanted. His last known address was an apartment across town, but he hadn't been seen there in months. "We need to check every building he worked on," I told my captain during our briefing. "Not just the apartments of the missing women, every single unit he had access to. If he built one hidden room, he might have built others." The search warrants went out that afternoon. By evening, teams of officers were discovering similar hidden spaces in 8 different apartment buildings across the city. Most were empty, suggesting they hadn't been used yet or had been abandoned. But in 3, they found evidence of occupation, food wrappers, water bottles, notebooks filled with observations of the apartment's occupants. And in 1, they found Eliza Mercer's driver's license. It was past midnight when my phone rang, Tours, her voice tight with urgency. We found another property connected to Whitfield, an old storage facility registered to his dead uncle's name. Local PD just breached it. Sawyer, they found rooms, actual rooms built inside the storage units. and they think at least 2 of them were recently occupied. I was already grabbing my keys. Anyone there? No, but they found personal items belonging to all 4 missing women, and maps, detailed layouts of apartment buildings all over the city, with units circled in red, some with check marks next to them. My hands felt cold on the steering wheel as I drove through the empty streets toward the storage facility. The implications were clear. Whitfield wasn't just watching these women, he was taking them, and the circled apartments on those maps suggested he wasn't finished. The facility was ablaze with police lights when I arrived. Evidence technicians moved in and out of a large corner unit, their faces grim. Inside, I found myself standing in what looked like a workshop. Power tools hung on pegboards. Sheets of drywall leaned against one wall, and at a drafting table in the center sat detailed architectural plans for apartment renovations, each with hidden spaces carefully designed to be invisible once completed. Beyond the workshop were 4 small rooms, each just big enough for a cot and a bucket. 3 were empty. In the 4th, a forensics officer was photographing a wall where someone had scratched a series of dates with what appeared to be a fingernail. The dates matched the disappearances, the officer said without looking up. He was keeping them here. But where were they now, and where was Whitfield? The answer came 2 days later, when a patrol officer spotted a van matching the description of Whitfield's vehicle parked outside an apartment complex in the south side of the city. The complex was undergoing renovations. According to the property manager, work had begun just 3 weeks earlier. We approached with caution, evacuating residents quietly while tactical teams took position. The unit under renovation was on the 4th floor at the end of a long hallway. As we moved down the corridor, I could hear the rhythmic sound of hammering coming from inside. What happened next unfolded with a surreal clarity that I still replay in my mind during sleepless nights. The door splintering under the battering ram, the shouts of officers as they flooded the apartment, the look of utter surprise on Jason Whitfield's face as he turned from his work, the construction of another hidden closet, another observation post, another hunting blind. He surrendered without resistance, his eyes vacant as we placed him in handcuffs. But it wasn't until we processed the scene that the true horror of his operation became clear. In his van, we found plastic tubs containing the personal effects of each missing woman, jewelry, phones, ID cards, trophy collections. We also found receipts for concrete and industrial chemicals. It took cadaver dogs 2 days to locate the site, an abandoned quarry 20 miles outside the city limits. The forensics team is still processing the area, their work hampered by the effects of the chemicals Whitfield used, but they've already recovered enough to confirm our worst fears. Whitfield sits in interrogation now, silent except for one chilling statement he made during processing. They never look behind the clothes. They never check for a second door. I think about that apartment sometimes, about how many times I've opened my own closet door since then and resisted the urge to press my palm against the back wall, checking for seams that shouldn't be there. About how many people live their lives unaware of hidden spaces just inches away, where someone might be watching, waiting, making notes about their most private moments. And I wonder about those other apartments on Whitfield's maps, the ones without check marks, the renovations not yet complete, the closets still being built, the second doors waiting to be discovered. Story 3, I remember the stillness of that afternoon, the kind of heavy quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing. The abandoned trailer sat at the end of a long dirt road, partially hidden by overgrown brambles that scratched against my car as I pulled up. Sheriff Cooper had called me in as a consultant. I'd worked with the department before on cases that required a forensic anthropologist's perspective. But his voice on the phone had a quality I hadn't heard before, a hesitation. "You need to see this yourself," was all he'd said. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I approached the trailer. Its once white exterior had faded to a sickly gray, windows clouded with years of neglect. Deputy Martinez stood by the door, his usual confident posture replaced by something more guarded. He nodded silently as I approached, then stepped aside. "How long has it been abandoned?" I asked, pausing at the threshold. "Property records show no one's lived here for nearly 7 years," he replied. "Owner died without heirs. County's been trying to claim it for back taxes." The door creaked as I pushed it open. That first breath inside hit me with the mustiness of abandonment, dust, mildew, deteriorating fabric. Sunlight filtered through dirt-crusted windows, illuminating dancing dust particles in narrow beams. The living area was sparse, a worn couch with exposed springs, a coffee table on its side, outdated magazines spilled across warped floorboards. Everything was coated in a uniform layer of dust, undisturbed, forgotten. Everything except the path recently cleared through the center of the room. I followed the trail of footprints through to what had once been the kitchen. Cabinets hung open, some doors dangling by a single hinge. Countertops were empty save for a dead cockroach and scattered mouse droppings. And then there was the sound, so subtle I almost missed it amid the silence, a low, persistent hum. In the corner sat a chest freezer, roughly 4 feet long, white with visible rust spots along the bottom edge, but unmistakably operational. The electrical cord snaked across the floor, connected to the only working outlet in the room. Sheriff Cooper stood beside it, his weathered face unreadable. "Power company says electricity's been running to this place continuously. Bill gets paid automatically each month from an account that never runs out." "Who's paying it?" I asked. "That's what we're trying to figure out." He gestured toward the freezer. "Anonymous tip came in 3 days ago. Just said we should check the freezer in the abandoned Wilson property." The sheriff stepped back, giving me space. I pulled on latex gloves from my kit, aware of the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. The freezer's seal had that particular suction quality of a well-maintained unit. As I lifted the lid, cold air billowed out in a ghostly cloud. Inside, arranged with meticulous precision, were plastic-wrapped bundles. Each was sealed carefully, labeled in neat black permanent marker: left foot, right lung, jaw, C3, C5 vertebrae. The handwriting was deliberate, almost elegant. I counted 27 packages in total. "No blood," I murmured, lifting one package carefully to examine it. "These are preserved professionally." The specimen in my hands was labeled right index finger through pinky. Through the clear plastic, I could see 4 fingers, seemingly intact, with clean cuts at the proximal ends. The flesh was pale but showed no decomposition or freezer burn. "Do we know whose remains these are?" I asked, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "That's where it gets complicated," Sheriff Cooper said. He handed me a manila folder. Inside was a missing persons report from 12 years ago. A man named Daniel Mercer, age 38, last seen leaving his job at the county hospital. The photo showed a thin-faced man with tired eyes and a tentative smile. "Mercer was a surgical technician," Cooper continued. "Divorced, lived alone. Colleagues said he'd been acting strangely before he disappeared, more withdrawn than usual. They assumed he'd moved away without saying goodbye." I placed the packaged fingers back in the freezer with careful precision and examined another bundle labeled left temporal bone. The cut edges were clean, methodical. "These aren't amateur work," I said. "Whoever did this had medical training. The cuts are precise and the preservation is professional grade." I moved to another package, this one larger than the others. It contained what appeared to be a partial torso section. As I tilted it, something caught my eye, a small, dark object embedded in the tissue. "There's something here," I said, squinting through the plastic. "Looks like..." I paused, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "It looks like a thumb drive." The sheriff and deputy exchanged glances. "We need to process this properly," I said. "Full chain of custody, controlled environment, and we need to see what's on that drive." Back at the county lab, under proper lighting and with appropriate equipment, I carefully unwrapped the section of preserved tissue. The thumb drive was sealed in its own small plastic pouch, inserted into an incision that had been sutured closed around it. Professional stitches, hospital grade. The IT specialist took the drive with gloved hands. We gathered around her computer screen as she scanned it for viruses, then opened the only file it contained, a text document. "If you're reading this, I've successfully become my own final project," the document began. "My name is Daniel Mercer, and by the time you find this, I will have transformed myself from a person into a puzzle." The room fell silent as we continued reading. Mercer described in clinical detail how he had diagnosed himself with a rare neurodegenerative disease, one that would slowly destroy his mind while leaving his body intact. Rather than suffer through the deterioration, he had devised what he called the perfect exit. "I've spent my career preparing others for the surgeon's knife," he wrote. "Now I prepare myself. Each piece of me will be preserved, labeled, stored. I become a specimen of my own creation. The electricity will keep running, the freezer will stay cold. Eventually, someone will wonder, someone will find me, and in finding these pieces, you have made me whole again." The document continued with detailed notes about the surgical procedures he had performed on himself, each one more improbable than the last. He described administering local anesthesia, using surgical tools from the hospital, preserving each removed part before continuing to the next. "The final pieces will be the most difficult," the note concluded, "but I've practiced, I've prepared. My hands will remain steady until the very end." Forensic analysis over the following weeks confirmed what seemed impossible. DNA from every specimen matched Daniel Mercer. Tool marks on the bones were consistent with the surgical implements found in a locked cabinet in the trailer's bedroom. A hidden camera system had recorded the entire process, recordings we found on a hard drive concealed in the wall. The recordings have been sealed by court order. What they showed defies medical understanding. A man systematically dismembering himself over a period of weeks, preserving each piece, continuing despite what must have been excruciating pain. The final recording shows Mercer, barely recognizable, using a complex pulley system to remove and preserve his dominant hand. The trailer has since been demolished. The remains were eventually cremated after extensive study. But sometimes, on quiet nights when sleep eludes me, I find myself wondering about that humming freezer in the abandoned trailer, about the mind that could conceive and execute such a plan, about the fine line between genius and madness. And about Daniel Mercer, the man who disappeared not by vanishing, but by deconstructing himself piece by methodical piece, until there was nothing left but labeled specimens in an ice chest that was still cold. Story 4. I never expected to find anything meaningful in this old house. The previous owners had left it spotless, almost too clean, as if they were erasing all evidence of their existence here. The realtor had called it move-in ready, but there's always something that needs fixing when you buy a place built in the 1940s. On my third night, I noticed the kitchen light flickering. Not dramatically, just a subtle, almost imperceptible stutter in the glow that cast barely their shadows across the white countertops. Most people wouldn't have noticed. I did. The fixture itself was original to the house, a simple glass dome with a brass rim that had developed a pleasant patina over the decades. Standing on a stepladder, I unscrewed the dome carefully, my fingers tracing the cool, curved glass. The bulb was warm to the touch. I twisted it counterclockwise, and as it came loose, something fluttered down, landing softly on the countertop below. A folded piece of paper, yellowed, brittle. The edges crumbled slightly under my touch as I unfolded it with careful fingers. The handwriting was tight, controlled, written with pressure that had nearly torn through the paper in places. If she moves in, he'll come back. I turned it over. On the reverse side, someone had scribbled my initials over and over again. ML, 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 not just once or twice, but dozens of times, the letters growing more frantic and messy toward the bottom of the page. My fingers went cold. I hadn't told anyone my middle name when I bought this house. Just Meredith Anderson, not Meredith Lynn Anderson. That was the beginning, the first thread I pulled that would unravel everything I thought I knew about 1421 Oakwood Lane. The county record's office smelled of dust and forgotten things. The clerk, a woman in her 60s with kind eyes behind thick glasses, looked up as I approached her desk. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a clinical blue-white glow that made the skin on my arms look almost translucent. I need to know the history of 1421 Oakwood Lane, I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. All previous owners, especially from the 1970s. She nodded without asking why. Perhaps she was used to new homeowners wanting to know the story of their property, or perhaps my face betrayed more anxiety than I realized. We've digitized most records from 1980 forward, she said, her fingers moving slowly but confidently across her keyboard. But for the 70s, we'll need to check the archives. The archives turned out to be a room in the basement of the building, where metal shelving held hundreds of bound books and file boxes. The air was cooler here and still, so still that I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears as we walked between the narrow rows. Property records for Oakwood Lane, she muttered, running her finger along the spines of several large books before pulling one out. Here we go, 1401 through 1450. She placed it on a small table near a window that let in weak sunlight. The pages were thin and smelled of old paper and time. 1421, she said, finding the page. Interesting, this property changed hands quite frequently in the 70s. I leaned closer, my eyes following her finger as she traced the entries. Purchased by Robert and Diana Winters in 1968, sold to James Harmon in 1971, then to a Patricia Caldwell in 1973, back to James Harmon in 1975, then to the Pearson family in 1976, who owned it until 2001. Wait, I said, the name catching in my mind. James Harmon owned it twice. Appears so, she said. That's unusual but not unheard of. Sometimes people move away and then come back to the same property years later. Do you have any newspaper archives from that time period? She nodded slowly. We do. Is there something specific you're looking for? I hesitated. I'm not sure yet, but I'd like to see if there were any incidents at that address during those years. 2 hours later, I sat surrounded by microfiche printouts and photocopies of old newspaper articles. Most were mundane, community announcements, advertisements for local businesses, the everyday rhythm of a small town in the early 70s. But 3 articles stood out. The first, dated April 1973, local woman missing, Patricia Caldwell, 29, hasn't been seen in 2 weeks. The article described her as a quiet woman who had recently moved to town and purchased a home on Oakwood Lane. She worked as a librarian at the community college and lived alone. No signs of foul play, but her family was concerned as it was unlike her to leave without telling anyone. The second article, dated June 1973, missing woman case goes cold. Police had found no leads. Patricia Caldwell's house was undisturbed. Her car was in the garage. Her purse was on the kitchen counter, but she was gone. The third article, dated February 1975, missing woman's home sold to previous owner. A small announcement in the real estate section noting that the property at 1421 Oakwood Lane, previously owned by Patricia Caldwell, had been purchased by James Harmon, who had owned the property before her. My eyes lingered on a small photograph accompanying the third article. James Harmon standing proudly in front of the house, my house, with a sold sign in the yard. He was tall, with dark hair and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Something about his stance, confident, possessive, made my skin crawl. I searched for more information but found nothing. No articles about what happened to Patricia Caldwell, no follow-up on the investigation, nothing about James Harmon after his repurchase of the house. It was as if the story had simply faded away, lost in the steady march of time. Back at home that evening, I sat at my kitchen table, the yellowed note placed carefully in a plastic sleeve before me. The handwriting now took on new meaning. Had Patricia Caldwell written this warning? And if so, who was she warning? And how could she have known my initials decades before I was even born? I decided to inspect the rest of the house more carefully. Over the next few days, I checked every light fixture, every air vent, every loose floorboard. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger, especially at night. I would wake suddenly at 3 a.m., convinced I had heard footsteps in the hallway, or I would catch movement from the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. On the 5th night after finding the note, I woke to the sound of water running. Faint but unmistakable, a tap left on somewhere in the house. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. The kitchen sink was dry. Following the sound led me to the basement door. I hadn't spent much time in the basement. It was unfinished, with concrete floors and walls, used mainly for storage and housing the water heater. The previous owners, a couple in their 70s who had moved to Florida, had left it empty except for some old shelving. The sound was louder as I descended the stairs, my hand trailing along the cool wall. At the bottom, I found the source, a small utility sink in the corner, its faucet running a thin stream of water. I was certain I hadn't used this sink since moving in. I wasn't even sure if I'd noticed it before. As I reached to turn off the tap, my eyes fell on something scratched into the concrete wall beside it. Letters carved with what must have been desperate urgency. Nemel help. My initials again, and beneath them, almost too faint to see. Well, he came back. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The water continued to run, the sound now seeming louder, more insistent. I forced myself to step forward and twist the handle. The water stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse, heavy and expectant. That night I stayed in a hotel. The next morning I called Detective Morgan at the local police department. I had met her briefly when I first found the note, though she had seemed skeptical then, suggesting it was probably just an old shopping list or reminder note that had fallen into the fixture years ago. This time she agreed to come look at the basement wall. These markings could be recent or decades old, she said, examining the scratches with a flashlight. Concrete doesn't give us much to work with in terms of dating. But the initials, I insisted. ML, that's me, Meredith Lynn, and they're on the note too. She looked at me with a mixture of sympathy and doubt. Ms. Anderson, I understand this is unsettling, but ML could be anyone's initials, and we have no evidence connecting this to Patricia Caldwell's disappearance almost 50 years ago. What about James Harmon? I asked. He owned the house before her, then bought it back after she disappeared. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Detective Morgan sighed. We looked into Mr. Harmon when you first came to us. He died in 1998, natural causes. Lived in Arizona for the last 20 years of his life. No criminal record. Did you search the property back then when Patricia disappeared? According to the old case files, yes, they found nothing suspicious, and the Pearsons lived here for 25 years after that with no incidents. I wanted to argue further, but I could see in her eyes that she thought I was overreacting. Perhaps I was. Perhaps the note was meaningless, the scratches in the basement made by children playing years ago. Perhaps the running water was just old pipes settling. But that night back in my house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I sat in the kitchen until dawn, staring at the light fixture where I had found the note. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, I made a decision. I would find out what happened to Patricia Caldwell. The local library kept archives of the community college where Patricia had worked. The librarian there, a young man with earnest eyes, helped me locate faculty photographs from 1970 to 1973. In the staff section, I found her, Patricia Caldwell, Library Sciences. She had a gentle smile and eyes that seemed to look right through the camera. Dark hair cut in the fashion of the time, parted in the middle and falling just below her shoulders. Something about her face seemed familiar, though I knew we had never met. I was born 20 years after she disappeared. Next to her photograph was one of James Harmon. My breath caught in my throat. He was listed as an adjunct professor in the English department. They had worked at the same place. Had they known each other? The article hadn't mentioned any connection between them. I kept digging, spending days in archives and online databases. I found that Patricia Caldwell had purchased 1421 Oakwood Lane from James Harmon directly, no real estate agent involved. And when she disappeared, the house had remained empty for almost 2 years before Harmon bought it back in a court-ordered sale. Why would he sell his house to a colleague, only to buy it back after she vanished? As I drove home that evening, the setting sun cast long shadows across the road. The house looked different somehow as I pulled into the driveway, the windows like dark, watching eyes. I almost turned around, almost drove away, but something pulled me forward, a need to understand. Inside, the air felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't name. I went straight to the kitchen and stared at the light fixture, now containing a new bulb. What else was hidden in this house? What other secrets were buried in its walls? On an impulse, I pulled out the stepladder again and removed the glass dome. Nothing fell out this time, but as I shone my phone's flashlight into the ceiling space, I noticed something, a slight discoloration in the drywall, a rectangular shape about 6 inches long. Using a kitchen knife, I carefully pried at the edges. A small section of drywall came loose, revealing a space behind it, and in that space was a small, leather-bound book, a diary, Patricia Caldwell's diary. The last entry was dated April 3, 1973, the day before she was reported missing. He knows I found out about the others, says no one will believe me, says he'll make sure I disappear just like they did. I've hidden the evidence where he won't find it. If something happens to me, look beneath where light meets shadow in the basement. My hands trembled as I closed the diary. Light meets shadow in the basement. What did that mean? I didn't want to go down there again, not after what I'd found scratched into the wall. But I had to know, for Patricia, for myself. The basement seemed colder than before, the silence deeper. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light coming from the single bulb overhead, where light meets shadow. I studied the patterns on the floor, the way the light from above cast a circular pool of illumination that faded into darkness at the edges. There, where the circle of light from the bulb met the shadow cast by one of the support beams, a section of concrete that looked slightly different from the rest, newer perhaps. I knelt down, running my fingers over the surface. It was smooth, unlike the rough texture of the surrounding floor, a patch, a repair. I called Detective Morgan again that night. This time she brought a forensic team. They broke through the concrete patch and found what Patricia Caldwell had hidden almost 50 years ago, a metal box containing photographs, letters, and newspaper clippings about 3 other women who had gone missing between 1968 and 1972. All had connections to James Harmon, and beneath the box were human remains. DNA testing would later confirm it was Patricia Caldwell. In the following weeks, police would find evidence linking James Harmon to the disappearances of all 4 women. They would discover that he had a pattern befriending women who lived alone, selling or renting them properties he owned, and then making them disappear. But one question remained unanswered, the note in the light fixture with my initials. It wasn't Patricia's handwriting. The forensic analyst confirmed that, so who had written it, and how had they known my initials decades before I was born? The detective suggested it was likely a coincidence. Perhaps the initials stood for something else entirely. Memory lapse, or main light, or any number of possibilities. The human mind seeks patterns, she said, sees connections even where none exist. I accepted her explanation because I had to, because the alternative was too unsettling to contemplate. I sold the house 6 months later. But sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, I think about Patricia Caldwell's final days in that house. About her scratching a desperate plea for help on a basement wall. About the note hidden where it might someday be found. And I wonder, was it really a coincidence? Or is there something about time and tragedy that we don't understand? Some way in which the past reaches out to the future, seeking justice or simply bearing witness? I have no answers, only questions, and the memory of a yellowed note with my initials written over and over again, as if someone was trying desperately to remember who I was or who I would be. Story 5. I often think about room 14 at the Desert Palm Motel, not because of what happened there, but because it shouldn't have existed at all. The call came in on a Tuesday evening in late October, when the desert air had finally cooled enough to make breathing comfortable again. I remember the weight of my badge against my chest as I climbed out of my car, the gravel crunching softly beneath my boots. The neon sign of the Desert Palm Motel buzzed intermittently, casting an unnatural pink glow across the parking lot. Detective Harper, the motel manager, greeted me, his voice barely audible above the humming of the ice machine. He was a thin man with perpetually hunched shoulders, as if carrying an invisible burden. "I've kept everyone away from the area, just like you asked." I nodded, appreciating his cooperation. "Show me what you found, Mr. Delaney." He led me down a dimly lit hallway, the carpet worn thin from years of travelers passing through. The smell of old cigarette smoke clung to the wallpaper despite the no smoking signs posted every few feet. "The thing is," Delaney said, his voice dropping to a whisper, "we don't have a room 14, never have. This motel was built in '72 and the owner was superstitious, skipped from 13 straight to 15. I glanced at the numbered doors as we passed them. 11, 12, 13, and then 15. He was right. But the woman who called in the reservation specifically asked for room 14, he continued. I thought it was a mistake, told her we didn't have one. She insisted, said she'd stayed there before. We reached the end of the hallway where it terminated in a blank wall. The last door was labeled 13, its brass numbers slightly tarnished. Delaney pointed to what I had initially mistaken for a maintenance closet, a narrow door, unpainted, with no room number. I've worked here 7 years, he said, his fingers trembling slightly as he handed me a master key. Never noticed this door before yesterday. I took the key but tried the handle first. It turned easily. The hinges creaked softly as the door swung open, revealing a room that shouldn't have been there. It was fully furnished, a queen-sized bed with crisp white sheets, a nightstand with a lamp casting a warm glow, a small desk by the window. Everything was immaculate, untouched, as if waiting for a guest who never arrived. A key dangled from the inside lock, swaying slightly in the draft from the hallway. Did you enter the room when you found it? I asked, my eyes drawn to the small black object mounted in a corner near the ceiling. No, sir, just opened the door and called you right away. I nodded, slipping on latex gloves before stepping inside. The carpet was plush beneath my feet, newer than the hallway outside. The air smelled faintly of lavender, a hotel air freshener perhaps, but there was something else beneath it, something metallic. The camera in the corner was small, professional grade, aimed directly at the bed. A red light indicated it was recording. Mr. Delaney, I called without turning around. When did you say the woman made this reservation? 3 days ago. She was supposed to check in yesterday, never showed. I moved deeper into the room, noting the absence of dust on any surface. On the desk sat a leather-bound notebook, closed, with a fountain pen placed precisely parallel to its edge. When I opened it, the pages were blank except for a single line on the first page. She will come back, they always do. The handwriting was elegant, deliberate, with heavy pressure on the downstrokes. In the bathroom, the towels were folded perfectly, the complementary toiletries arranged in a straight line. The shower curtain was pulled closed. Something compelled me to slide it open slowly, the metal rings scraping against the rod with a sound that sent chills down my spine. The bathtub was empty, gleaming white, except for a small drain cover that appeared newer than the tub itself. I knelt down, the knees of my slacks pressing against the cold tile floor. Using my pen light, I examined the drain more closely. The screws were recent, with no rust or limescale buildup. I removed a small multi-tool from my pocket and carefully unscrewed the cover. Inside the drain was a small USB drive, sealed in waterproof plastic. I pocketed the drive and continued my examination of the room. The closet contained 10 identical wooden hangers, evenly spaced. The wall behind them had been recently painted, a slightly different shade of beige than the rest of the room. I pressed my hand against it, feeling a slight give. "Mr. Delaney, could you bring me a knife?" He returned moments later with a box cutter. Carefully, I cut along the edge of the suspicious section of wall. The drywall had been expertly cut and replaced. Behind it was a small cavity containing a stack of driver's licenses, all women, all with similar features. Brown hair, early 30s, traveling alone. The dates on the licenses span the last 5 years. At the precinct, our tech specialist plugged in the USB drive. It contained video files, each labeled with dates corresponding to the driver's licenses. The footage showed the same room from the perspective of the camera in the corner. Different women entered, set down their bags, went about the routine of settling into a hotel room. And then in each video at precisely 2:17 a.m., the door would open silently. We tracked down the woman who had made the most recent reservation. She was alive, thankfully. Her car had broken down on the highway, preventing her from reaching the motel. When shown photos of the other women, she recognized none of them. "But I've never stayed at the Desert Palm before," she insisted. "I don't know why I specifically asked for room 14. The number just came to me." We've identified 6 of the 9 women from the licenses. 3 are still missing. The motel owner claims no knowledge of room 14, insisting the building plans show a solid wall where we found the door. But the most disturbing discovery came from the building inspector who examined the room. The area where room 14 exists appears to be roughly 4 feet narrower than it should be, based on the exterior dimensions of the building. "It's architecturally impossible," he told me, shaking his head. "That room simply doesn't have enough physical space to exist." Yet I stood in it. I felt the carpet beneath my feet. I touched the walls. Sometimes I drive by the Desert Palm at night. The door to room 14 has been permanently sealed, the room itself gutted. But on certain nights, when the neon sign flickers just right, I swear I can see a light coming from behind that sealed door, warm and inviting, waiting for someone to turn the key that still dangles in the lock. We never found who was opening that door at 2:17 a.m. We never discovered how those women were lured specifically to a room that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, when my phone rings in the middle of the night, I find myself hoping it's not another call about room 14, or worse, rooms 24, 34, or 44 that might be waiting, undiscovered, in motels across the country. Because deep down I know, whoever created that impossible room is still out there, watching, waiting for someone else to request a room with no number. Story 6. I remember the first time I saw it. The construction crew had been working on the Larson house for nearly 3 weeks, stripping away decades of old materials to bring the Victorian home back to its former glory. I'd been called in as a consultant, having spent 15 years with the county's Historical Preservation Society, gave me access to areas most inspectors overlooked. The air was thick with dust that afternoon, floating particles catching the late October sunlight that streamed through the tall, uncovered windows. The foreman, Mike, had asked me to look at something they'd found in what was meant to be the nursery on the second floor. His voice over the phone had been steady but strained. "Not sure what to make of it," he'd said, "but I think you should see it before we call anyone else." The staircase creaked beneath my weight as I made my way up, the sound echoing through the partially gutted house. Each step felt heavier than the last, though I couldn't explain why. The hairs on my arms stood on end despite the warmth of the day. Mike was waiting for me in the doorway of the small room that overlooked the overgrown garden. His usual jovial demeanor had been replaced by something more solemn. He nodded toward the far wall where 3 of his men stood, their tools abandoned on the floor beside them. "We found it when we removed the drywall," he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "Based on the layers, that wall was added sometime in the early 90s. Before that, this section was part of a larger room." I moved closer, the floorboards sighing beneath my feet. The men parted to let me through, their expressions guarded, and then I saw it. A single handprint pressed against the concrete foundation wall. The deep rust color left little doubt. This was blood, long dried but preserved behind the sealed drywall for decades. Beneath it, written in black marker, were 7 words that made my stomach tighten. I heard her cry for days. I remember how still the room became. The usual sounds of construction, hammering, drills, men calling to one another had ceased. Even the ambient noise from outside seemed muted, as if the house itself was holding its breath. "Have you touched anything?" I asked, already reaching for my phone. "No, ma'am," Mike replied. "Stopped work as soon as we saw it." Within an hour, the Larson renovation project had become a crime scene. Detective Thomas Lane arrived first, his weathered face betraying no emotion as he studied the handprint. I'd worked with Lane before on cases involving historical properties. He was methodical, patient, the kind of investigator who listened more than he spoke. The house was owned by the Carmichael family from 1985 to 2002, I told him as he took photographs of the wall. James and Alina Carmichael. They had 2 children when they moved in, daughters, if I remember correctly. Lane nodded, his camera clicking softly. Any records of renovations during that time? "I'd have to check the county archives, but this doesn't look like professional work." I gestured to the removed drywall. "The framing is irregular, and they use different materials than you'd typically see." The lab technicians arrived next, carefully collecting samples from the handprint and surrounding area. They estimated the wall had been erected about 30 years ago, confirming my initial assessment. As daylight faded, temporary lights were brought in, casting long shadows across the nursery floor. I stayed, watching as they worked, feeling as though the house was slowly revealing its secrets to us, one layer at a time. The investigation moved slowly over the next few weeks. I divided my time between the county archives and my regular duties, but the handprint remained constantly in my thoughts. The image would appear in my mind as I was falling asleep, that dark rust color against the pale concrete, the desperate message beneath it. Lane called me on a Tuesday morning, his voice carrying a hint of something I hadn't heard before. Excitement, perhaps. "We found her," he said simply. "Alina Carmichael. She's living in Arizona now." 2 days later, I sat beside Lane in an interview room at the station, waiting for Alina. When she entered, I was struck by how ordinary she appeared, a woman in her early 70s with silver hair and tired eyes. She wore a blue cardigan despite the warmth of the day. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Carmichael, Lane began, his tone gentle. We appreciate your cooperation. Alina's hands trembled slightly as she placed them on the table. When your detective called, I knew. I've been waiting for this call for 30 years. Lane placed a photograph of the handprint on the table between them. Alina didn't look at it. That room was supposed to be for our third child, she said softly. We'd been trying for years after the girls. When I finally got pregnant, James built the nursery himself. He was so proud. She paused, taking a shaky breath before continuing. I lost the baby at 7 months. It was devastating. James, he changed after that, became distant, started staying late at work. I thought he was having an affair. Alina finally looked up, meeting Lane's gaze directly. The crying started about 3 months later, just faint at first. I thought I was imagining it. Grief does strange things to your mind, but it got louder, always from inside the walls of the nursery. My skin prickled as she spoke. The interview room suddenly felt colder. James insisted he couldn't hear anything. He became angry when I mentioned it. Then one night I woke up alone. I found him in the nursery, just standing there in the dark, staring at the wall. When he saw me, he said we needed to move, that the house wasn't right for us anymore. Alina's voice had become almost mechanical, as if she were reciting facts rather than reliving memories. We put the house on the market the next day. James refused to let anyone see the nursery, saying it wasn't finished. We moved out within a month. Lane leaned forward slightly. Mrs. Carmichael, do you know who might have made that handprint? A tear slipped down Alina's cheek. Before we met, James had been briefly married to a woman named Alexis. He told me she'd left him, run off with another man. But after we moved from the house, I found an old newspaper article. Alexis hadn't run away. She disappeared. They never found her body. The case broke open after that. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies in the foundation beneath the handprint. When the concrete was removed, they found the remains of a woman, approximately 25 years old, who had been dead for over 30 years. James Carmichael was arrested 2 days later at his retirement community in Florida. The DNA under Alexis's fingernails matched his. In his garage, they found a journal detailing how he'd killed her in a rage when she'd threatened to expose his financial frauds, how he'd hidden her body in the foundation of his new home, covered it with concrete, and built a life with a new family above it. The last entry in the journal was dated the night Alina had found him standing in the nursery. It read, "The walls are too thin. She can hear everything." Sometimes when I drive past the Larson house, I slow down and look up at the second-floor window. The renovation was eventually completed, though the owners decided against using that room as a nursery. They call it a study now. I often wonder about Alina Carmichael and how she lived for decades carrying the weight of what she'd suspected but never confirmed. And I think about Alexis, whose final message had waited patiently behind that wall, a bloody handprint pressed against concrete, a silent testimony that eventually found its voice. Some secrets I've learned refuse to stay buried. They wait in the spaces between walls, in the quiet corners of old houses, whispering to whoever might listen. And sometimes, if we're quiet enough, we can hear what they're trying to tell us. Story 7, I still remember the heaviness of that October afternoon. The air hung thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and burning leaves as I made my way through the crowded aisles of the Westbrook Flea Market. Most Sundays I'd come here simply to browse, to lose myself in the gentle hum of conversations and the quiet thrill of finding something unexpected. That particular Sunday, however, would change everything. It sat on a folding table in the far corner, partially hidden behind a collection of tarnished silverware and dusty picture frames. A Victorian dollhouse, its wooden exterior weathered but intact. Something about it pulled me closer, perhaps the delicate craftsmanship or the tiny detailed windows with real glass panes that caught the dim light. Beautiful piece, isn't it? The vendor was an elderly man with eyes as gray as the clouds outside. Made in the 1940s, I believe. Found it in an estate sale over in Millfield. I nodded, my fingers trailing along the miniature roof. May I look inside? He hesitated just briefly enough to notice, then nodded. Of course. When he opened the front panel, I felt a strange chill spread across my shoulders. The interior was meticulously detailed, tiny wallpaper with faded floral patterns, handcrafted furniture placed with careful precision, miniature picture frames no larger than my thumbnail. But it wasn't the craftsmanship that made my breath catch. It was the layout. 3 bedrooms upstairs, a bathroom at the end of the narrow hallway. Downstairs, a living room that opened to a dining area, and behind that, a kitchen with a small door that would lead to a back porch. The arrangement was familiar, too familiar. "I'll take it," I heard myself say, before I'd even processed what I was seeing. On the drive home, the dollhouse sat on my passenger seat, secured with the seat belt as if it were a child. Rain began to fall, creating hypnotic patterns on my windshield as I drove the familiar route to my 1930s Craftsman home, the one I'd purchased just 6 months ago. Inside my house, I placed the dollhouse on my coffee table and stood back. The resemblance was undeniable now. Every room, every doorway, every window placement matched my home perfectly. Even the bay window in the living room and the built-in bookshelves flanking the fireplace were replicated in perfect miniature. I moved closer, examining each room with mounting unease. In the tiny upstairs bedroom, the one that in my actual house served as my office, I noticed something that made my skin prickle. The window had a small crack in the corner, a delicate fracture in the glass that splintered outward like a spider's web. Slowly I walked upstairs to my office and approached the window. There it was, the same crack in the same corner with the same pattern. A crack I'd noticed when I first moved in but had forgotten about until this moment. That night I couldn't sleep. The dollhouse sat downstairs, a perfect miniature echo of my surroundings. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps the dollhouse had been modeled after this very house decades ago. Perhaps the previous owners had commissioned it as a keepsake. In the morning, I called my real estate agent, Amanda, and asked about the history of my home. She promised to look into it and call me back. While waiting, I found myself drawn once again to the dollhouse, examining its rooms with both fascination and apprehension. It was then that I noticed something I'd missed before. In the miniature living room, behind the tiny sofa, was a small trapdoor built into the floor, a detail that didn't exist in my actual home. I ran my fingers over the real floorboards in that spot and felt nothing unusual. That afternoon, Amanda called back with information. My house had been built in 1934 for the Henderson family. They'd lived there for nearly 40 years until the disappearance of their daughter, Eliza, in 1972. After that, the house had changed hands multiple times. "Disappearance?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Yes," Amanda confirmed. She was 22, left home one evening and never returned. Quite the mystery back then, from what I understand. I thanked her and hung up, my gaze fixed on the dollhouse across the room. With careful fingers, I pried at the tiny trapdoor in the dollhouse floor. It lifted easily, revealing a miniature compartment beneath. Inside was a folded piece of paper no larger than a postage stamp. With tweezers from my kitchen drawer, I extracted it and unfolded it under the light. Written in microscopic but perfectly legible script was a name and date: Eliza Henderson, July 16, 1972. I sat motionless for several minutes, processing what I'd found. Then, moving with deliberate slowness, I went to the spot in my living room that corresponded to the trapdoor's location in the dollhouse. I knelt down and examined the floorboards. They looked like all the others, solid, worn, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the edges of one board, I felt a slight give. Heart pounding in my chest, I used a kitchen knife to pry at the edge until the board lifted, revealing a narrow space beneath. Inside was a small, leather-bound journal. The cover was cracked with age, the pages yellowed and delicate. On the first page, written in elegant script, property of Eliza Henderson. Over the next several days, I read Eliza's journal in the quiet hours of early morning when the world outside remained dark and still. Her entries began ordinary enough: musings about her job at the local library, complaints about her overbearing mother, dreams of moving to Chicago someday. But as the entries progressed toward July 1972, they became increasingly disturbed. Eliza wrote about feeling watched in her own home, about items moving from where she'd left them, about hearing footsteps in the hallway at night when her parents were away. The final entry was dated July 16, 1972. I found a dollhouse in my room today. I don't know where it came from. Mother denies putting it there. It's a perfect replica of our house, down to the smallest detail. Even the books on my shelf are recreated in miniature. But there's something wrong with it. The tiny figures inside, they move when I'm not looking. I know how that sounds, but I've marked their positions and they change. The male figure was in the kitchen this morning. Now he's at the foot of the stairs looking up. I'm going to take the dollhouse away from this place tonight. I have to get it out of this house. That was the last thing Eliza Henderson ever wrote. I closed the journal and looked across the room at the dollhouse on my coffee table. For the first time, I noticed what I'd overlooked before: tiny figures placed throughout the rooms. A man at the foot of the stairs looking up, a woman in the kitchen, and in the upstairs bedroom that mirrored my own, a small female figure lying on the bed. With trembling hands, I approached the dollhouse and peered into the bedroom window. The figure was positioned exactly where I slept each night. That evening, I packed an overnight bag and checked into a hotel downtown. I needed distance, perspective. I needed to think about what to do with what I'd found. When I returned home the next day, I went straight to the living room, determined to take the dollhouse to the local historical society along with Eliza's journal. They needed to be examined, documented. Perhaps they might even provide clues about what happened to her. But the dollhouse was different now. The tiny figure that had been in my bedroom was now standing in the living room, precisely where I stood. And upstairs in my actual bedroom, I found something placed carefully on my pillow, a miniature journal, an exact replica of the one I'd found beneath the floorboards. I still live in the house. I've contacted the police about Eliza's journal, and they've reopened her case as a potential homicide investigation. They took the journal but left the dollhouse, seeing it as nothing more than an unsettling coincidence. But I know better. Each morning, the figures in the dollhouse have moved to new positions. Each evening I find some small object from the dollhouse placed somewhere in my actual home, a tiny teacup on my kitchen counter, a miniature book on my nightstand. Sometimes in the silence of night, I hear the faintest sound of tiny footsteps across wooden floors. And sometimes when I look into the dollhouse windows, I catch a glimpse of a small face looking back, a face that resembles the photograph of Eliza Henderson that now hangs on the wall of the local police station. I've tried to leave this house several times, but something always draws me back. I wonder sometimes if I'm becoming part of the dollhouse narrative, another figure moved by unseen hands, another mystery that will someday be discovered. And each night before I try to sleep, I check the dollhouse to see where my figure stands, wondering if its position might reveal what tomorrow holds, or if, like Eliza, I might someday disappear, leaving nothing behind but a journal and a perfect miniature of the life I once lived. Story 8. The carpeting in the hallway absorbed my footsteps like a whisper being drawn into wool. I moved slowly, deliberately, my voice recorder in one hand, camera in the other. The air felt heavier here, cooler than the rest of the house, as if reluctant to circulate past the final door on the left. The real estate listing had advertised 4 bedrooms. We had found 3. "This one doesn't appear on any of the floor plans," my partner Jensen murmured, careful not to disturb the silence that seemed to cling to this part of the house. No records of renovation either. I ran my fingers along the faded wallpaper, feeling the subtle transition from smooth to rough as we approached the anomaly. The door at the end of the hall had no knob, no keyhole, just deep gouges in the wood, as if someone had been desperate to claw their way in, or perhaps out. The scratches formed no pattern I could discern, but they carried an urgency that made my skin prickle despite the controlled temperature of the empty house. "How long has the property been vacant?" I asked, my voice automatically dropping to match the hushed atmosphere. 3 years, 2 months, 17 days, Jensen replied, flipping through his notebook with practiced precision. He had always been meticulous with details. Previous owners were the Calloway family, husband, wife, teenage daughter. I nodded, focusing my camera on the damaged wood, and they left suddenly. Overnight, neighbors said they packed a single suitcase each, left furniture, clothes, family photos, everything. The gouges in the door looked desperate, frantic even. I traced them without touching, noting how they deepened near the center, where a doorknob should have been. "Building inspector says there's definitely space for another room here," Jensen continued. "Tax records show square footage that exceeds what we can account for." I pressed my palm flat against the door, feeling for vibrations, temperature changes, anything that might tell me what waited on the other side. The wood felt cooler than it should, almost damp to the touch. "We need to get inside," I said simply. Jensen withdrew a small crowbar from his bag. We had obtained legal permission to investigate the property after the 3rd real estate agent had quit, citing uncomfortable failings and unexplained occurrences. The bank that now owned the foreclosed property was desperate to sell. "Ready," Jensen positioned the crowbar at the edge of the door frame. I stepped back, camera ready. "Do it." The first attempt yielded nothing but a low, stubborn groan from the wood. The second made the frame splinter slightly. On the 3rd try, something gave way with a sound like a long-held breath finally released. The door swung inward slowly, as if reluctant to reveal its secrets. The smell hit first not decay as I had half expected, but something chemical and sweet, like overripe fruit preserved in formaldehyde. Cold air rushed past us, carrying that cloying scent. I switched on my flashlight, directing the beam into darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Wait," Jensen said, reaching for my arm. "Listen." At first I heard nothing, then it registered a soft, rhythmic clicking, mechanical, deliberate, coming from inside the room. We stepped forward in unison, our shoes making soft impressions in a fine layer of dust that covered the floor. The beam of my flashlight caught the edges of what appeared to be a small bedroom. A single bed neatly made, a desk with a chair pushed in at a perfect angle, a bookshelf with identical leather-bound volumes arranged by height. Everything was immaculate, untouched by the passage of time that had affected the rest of the house. Except for a small cassette player on the bedside table, the source of the clicking. As we moved closer, I could hear it more clearly. A voice, distorted by poor recording quality, repeating a single word over and over. "Stay, stay, stay." Jensen reached for the device, but I caught his wrist. "Don't touch anything yet. Document first." I photographed everything methodically: the pristine bed with hospital corners, the desk with a single sheet of paper containing what appeared to be mathematical equations, the bookshelf with its uniform volumes. Upon closer inspection, I realized the books had no titles on their spines. Opening one revealed blank pages. "They're all empty," Jensen confirmed, having checked several volumes. "Just props." The cassette player continued its monotonous message. "Stay, stay, stay." "The Callaways had a daughter," I said, noting the subtle hints that this might have been her room, the height of the desk chair, a hair tie nearly hidden beneath the bed. 16 when they left, a leaner. "No records of her after they moved," Jensen added. "Parents enrolled in a school across state lines, but she never attended." I moved to the window, which was covered with heavy blackout curtains. Drawing them back revealed a surprising discovery: no window at all, just wall painted to resemble the view of a garden. Someone had gone to considerable effort to create the illusion of an outside world. "Look at this," Jensen called from the closet. Inside hung a single dress, white with small blue flowers. Below it sat a pair of polished Mary Jane shoes, positioned as if waiting for feet to slip into them. Everything else in the house was taken or sold off. Why leave this? The cassette clicked again. "Stay, stay, stay." I approached the desk, carefully examining the paper with equations. They appeared to be calculations of some kind: time intervals, measurements, coordinates. In the margin, written in a careful hand, "When the door closes, it changes. Don't let it change you." "Jensen, look at the floor." I directed my flashlight beam at the area between the bed and the door. The dust distribution was uneven, clear tracks leading from the bed to the desk, to the closet, and to the door. Recent tracks. Someone had been moving in this room. "That's impossible," he whispered. "The door was sealed until we opened it." "Was it?" I asked, pointing my light at the inside of the door. There were no gouges here, no damage at all, just a perfectly functional doorknob and lock on the inside only. Someone could enter and exit, but only from in here. The cassette player clicked, flipped, and began again. "Stay, stay, stay." I moved to the bed and crouched down, examining the underside. There, taped to the frame, was a small notebook. I photographed it before carefully removing it. "Leaner's diary?" Jensen asked. "I think so." I opened it gingerly, finding pages filled with increasingly frantic handwriting. "Day 1 they locked me in, say it's for my own good. The medicine makes me sleepy." Day 7, the room changes when I sleep. Things move, the measurements don't add up anymore. Day 12, they're afraid of what I saw in the woods, what followed me home. Day 19, if you're reading this, don't stay after dark. It comes through the walls. The entries continued, becoming more disjointed, describing a presence that entered the room at night, something Alina had encountered in the woods behind their home 3 weeks before her confinement. Something that had followed her, attached itself to her, something her parents were trying to contain. The final entry, I said, turning to the last written page. It just says, "It's not me they should keep in here anymore. I've become the door." The cassette clicked. Stay, stay, stay. Jensen was examining the wall behind the painted window. "There's something here," he said, pressing against a section of wall that seemed to give slightly. "I think there's another space beyond this." A soft scraping sound came from above us. Both our flashlight beams shot upward to the ceiling, where fine dust was drifting down from a corner. "The room is 17 feet long," I said quietly, remembering the measurements we'd taken earlier. "But from the outside, there's only space for 15. "We need to leave," Jensen said, his usual calm professionalism cracking slightly. "We document from outside, get a structural engineer to assess." The cassette player stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt heavy, expectant. Then, instead of the repeated "stay," a different voice emerged from the machine, younger, female, exhausted. "It's too late. You opened the door. Now you're part of the room." A sudden draft extinguished our flashlights simultaneously. The door behind us slammed shut with violent force. In the perfect darkness, I felt something brush against my cheek, cool, dry, like paper being drawn across skin. "Jensen," I called out, reaching blindly in the direction he had been standing. My hand touched the wall where he had been, smooth, solid wall. No Jensen. The cassette player clicked on again in the darkness, but the voice had changed once more. This time it was Jensen's voice, unnaturally flat and distant. "Stay, stay, stay." I fumbled for the doorknob, finding nothing but smooth wood under my panicked fingers. The gouges were now on this side of the door. I was now the one desperate to claw my way out. Behind me, the cassette player continued its monotonous message in a voice I recognized as my partner's. Around me, in the perfect darkness, I felt the dimensions of the room shifting, expanding, becoming something else entirely. And I understood with horrifying clarity what had happened to Alina Calloway. She hadn't been locked in this room to protect her from something outside. She had been locked in to protect everyone else from what she had become. And now, as I feel the walls breathe around me, as I hear whispers in the darkness that sound like my own voice echoing back at me, I understand why the real estate listing advertised 4 bedrooms when visitors could only find 3. Some doors are not meant to be opened. Some rooms are not meant to be found. The cassette clicks on in the darkness. My voice now joins the others. "Stay, stay, stay." Story 9. I remember the afternoon clearly. The soft autumn light filtered through my curtains, casting long shadows across the hardwood floor of my newly purchased brownstone. Moving day had left me with a dozen cardboard boxes and that familiar feeling of displacement that comes with new beginnings. I wanted to make this place feel like home, and I thought hanging some photos would be a start. The living room wall seemed perfect, blank and waiting. I selected a framed photograph of my parents standing by a lighthouse in Maine, their smiles frozen in that golden hour light. I measured carefully, made a small pencil mark, and reached for my drill. The wall looked like any other, white paint, slightly textured, nothing remarkable about it. I pressed the drill bit against the surface, applying gentle pressure as the motor whirred to life. It sank in easily at first, through the paint, through the drywall, then stopped abruptly with a harsh metallic sound that vibrated up my arm. That was odd. I checked for studs. There shouldn't have been anything there. I tried again, slightly to the left. The same resistance met my efforts. Frowning, I set down the drill and ran my fingers over the wall. It felt normal to the touch, but something was definitely wrong. I tapped it lightly, listening to the subtle change in sound as my knuckles moved across the surface. Hollow, then solid. Hollow, then solid. Curiosity got the better of me. I went to the kitchen and returned with a utility knife, carefully scoring a small square around my drill holes. The drywall came away in chunks, revealing something I couldn't immediately comprehend. Wires, dozens of them. No, hundreds, thin, multicolored strands forming an intricate web behind my living room wall. They weren't electrical wires, they were too fine, too purposefully arranged. Some led to tiny black objects no larger than shirt buttons embedded in the insulation. My breathing slowed as realization dawned. Microphones, tiny cameras, recording devices. I widened the hole, my hands working with deliberate care now, no longer concerned about damaging the wall. The network of surveillance equipment was extensive, covering at least a 4-foot square area. In the center of this web, secured to the wooden stud, was a small black box, a hard drive, its power indicator glowing a steady green. Someone had been watching, listening. With trembling hands, I disconnected the drive from its power source and brought it to my laptop. The drive wasn't even password protected, as if whoever installed it never expected it to be discovered. It mounted immediately, revealing a series of neatly labeled folders. Names, dozens of them. Johnson, Patel, Wu, Dawson. And there, near the bottom, Harrison, my last name, marked with a single word that sent ice through my veins. Active. The other folders contained years of surveillance, audio files date-stamped daily, video clips organized by room, by interaction, by visitor, notes in text files detailing movements, conversations, habits. Some folders were marked inactive or relocated. The oldest records went back 9 years, long before I had purchased this brownstone 3 months ago. I opened my own folder with a sense of dread. The oldest file was dated exactly 3 months ago, my first day in the house. The most recent was from this morning, just hours before I decided to hang that photograph. There was my voice speaking on the phone with my sister about our weekend plans. There I was making coffee in the kitchen, humming that song I couldn't get out of my head. There was the shower running, the sound of pages turning as I read in bed. Every private moment, every conversation, every sound. I sat back, the enormity of the invasion washing over me in waves. Who would do this, and why? The previous owner was a quiet older woman who had lived here for decades before moving to Florida. The realtor had mentioned nothing unusual about the property. I scrolled through the other folders, searching for patterns, for anything that might explain the purpose behind this elaborate surveillance system. The subjects appeared unrelated, different ages, professions, family structures. The only commonality was the address, this house. In one folder labeled Dawson, inactive, I found a video file different from the others. It showed a man, presumably Dawson, discovering one of the cameras. The footage abruptly ended. His folder contained nothing after that date. My pulse quickened. What happened to Dawson after he found the camera? The sound of a car door closing outside startled me back to the present. I moved to the window, carefully peering through the curtains. A postal service truck was parked across the street, the mail carrier methodically filling mailboxes. Nothing suspicious, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even now. I returned to the hole in the wall, examining the equipment more carefully. This wasn't amateur work. The installation was professional, meticulous, the wires bundled and secured with precision, the devices positioned for optimal coverage. Whoever had done this knew exactly what they were doing. A thought struck me. If there were devices in this wall, what about the others? The bedroom, the bathroom, how extensive was this network? I spent the rest of the day in a careful, methodical search of my home. I found more, much more. Every room contained at least one microphone. The main living areas had hidden cameras built into light fixtures, smoke detectors, even the thermostat, all feeding back to additional hard drives concealed within the walls. Night fell as I sat cross-legged on my living room floor, surrounded by disconnected surveillance equipment and several external hard drives full of data. I had decisions to make. The police, certainly, but what would I tell them? That my house had been bugged by an unknown entity for nearly a decade, that previous residents had been watched, recorded, studied, that I might be in danger. Would they even believe me? I was organizing the drives when I noticed something I had overlooked, a small notation in the file system, a network address. The drives weren't just storing data, they were transmitting it. Somewhere, someone was receiving these recordings in real time. And they would know that the transmission had stopped. My phone rang, the sound sharp and jarring in the quiet room. An unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, heart racing. A text message followed immediately. We see you've been doing some redecorating, Ms. Harrison. Perhaps we should talk about your wall. I stared at the message, my mind racing through options. Whoever they were, they knew I had discovered their equipment. They were reaching out instead of simply disappearing, which meant they either weren't worried about being identified or they had some leverage I didn't yet understand. The phone rang again, same number. This time I answered. Who is this? My voice remained steadier than I expected. Someone with an interest in your property, the voice replied. Male, measured, neither young nor old. More specifically, in what happens within its walls. You've been spying on me, on everyone who's lived here. Monitoring would be a more accurate term, he corrected, as if we were discussing something as mundane as a utility reading. And now we have a situation that requires resolution. The resolution is simple, I said. I'm calling the police. A soft chuckle came through the line. Before you do, you might want to open the folder marked Insurance on the main drive, the one you haven't examined yet. I hesitated, then navigated to the drive. There it was, a folder I had overlooked. Inside was a single video file. I clicked play. The footage showed me entering my house late one night 2 weeks ago. I remembered that evening I had been working late at the office, stressed about a deadline. The camera captured me pouring a large glass of wine, then another, then a third, then the call I made, slurring slightly. I couldn't hear the audio, but I remembered the conversation, an angry, intoxicated rant to my ex about the custody arrangement for our daughter. Things I had said in what I thought was the privacy of my own home. things that could damage my ongoing custody case if they were made public. That's just one example, the voice said, clearly aware that I was watching. We have similar insurance for all our subjects. People say and do many interesting things when they believe no one is watching. The implication was clear. They had leverage on everyone. What do you want? I asked, closing the video. For now, simply for you to repair the wall and reconnect our equipment. And if I refuse, then certain recordings might find their way to interested parties. In your case, perhaps to the family court judge overseeing your custody arrangement. Blackmail classic and effective. I need time to think, I said finally. You have until tomorrow morning. We'll be in touch. The line went dead. I sat in the dim light of my living room, surrounded by the disassembled surveillance system that had captured every private moment of my life for the past 3 months and the lives of countless others before me. The wall was open, exposing the truth that had been hidden behind layers of drywall and paint. Sometimes it's not what we find in the walls that haunts us. It's the realization that some walls are never truly our own. I looked at my phone, then at the hard drives, evidence of a crime, certainly, but also evidence that could be used against me, against all of us who had lived here. Tomorrow would come with decisions, hard ones. For tonight, I sat vigil in my compromised home, wondering how many other walls in how many other houses concealed similar secrets. Wondering who was watching, always watching from the other side. Story 10. She wiped the steam off the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Yet something felt amiss. Her features appeared normal, her attire unchanged. But the longer she peered, a sense of unease crept in. A fleeting movement caught in the corner of her eye. A subtle shift not of her own doing. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing. This marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's enigmatic journey. What unfolded would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Rebecca resided solo in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburb. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she led a solitary existence, maintaining a polite rapport with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life governed by routine and exactitude. Never did anyone suspect she would become the focal point of one of the decade's most inexplicable criminal inquiries. The initial signs seemed trivial. Objects in Rebecca's home subtly rearranged, nothing missing, just displaced. A mug shifted to a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush on the opposite side of the sink. She brushed these anomalies aside as byproducts of exhaustion from long hours spent scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw received the first complaint when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of disturbances, finally sought help from the authorities. The initial evaluation found no evidence of a crime, suggesting a potential issue for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the grievance, deeming it non-urgent among a pile of cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing belongings, just a woman sensing something amiss in her own abode. However, the incident with the bathroom mirror altered everything. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection seemed to move independently, creating an eerie sensation of being under surveillance even in solitude. This time she presented proof. Footage from a security camera she had installed, aimed at her front door. The recording unveiled a sight that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to enter her apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like her, even carried the same distinctive leather bag. However, timestamps from her workplace security system indicated that Rebecca had already swiped into her office building miles away. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with chilling accuracy." The investigation intensified. Fingerprints found throughout the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, devoid of any foreign DNA. Neighbors reported nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's usual comings and goings. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return home one evening, receiving no response, a deviation from her typical behavior but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanished from her fridge, unremembered meals consumed. Her computer displayed searches she hadn't initiated. Most unsettling were the photographs on her phone selfies resembling her, yet taken without her recollection, her expression in some subtly askew, the smile too wide, the eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm losing my mind," she divulged to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this facade to make me believe so." The breakthrough arrived when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only intruded when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately familiar with your routine," Shaw clarified. "This is not random, it's a targeted form of surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on becoming Rebecca, assimilating into her existence, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Although rare, such cases had been documented in psychological studies. The focus of the investigation honed in on Rebecca's former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Post-dismissal, she had sent Rebecca a series of unsettling emails, one stating, "We could be one and the same. At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to search Lily's residence. The findings transformed the case from perturbing to harrowing. Within Lily's abode, one room had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, numerous snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all taken without her awareness. A closet harbored duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup identical to Rebecca's preferred brands lay on a vanity, alongside meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The progression was evident. Initial attempts were clumsy and conspicuous, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the real Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me. She was erasing me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated equipment for forging keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, inclusive of a calendar with meticulous predictions of her agenda. What eluded investigators was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her residence contained rambling entries that oscillated between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent a chill down the investigators' spines. Soon, only one of us will remain. The stronger version will prevail. When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Signs of a hurried departure were evident in her residence drawers ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was placed under protective custody, relocated to a secure, undisclosed location under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every site linked to her former life. Lily never surfaced. The case took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Surveillance footage confirmed it. A figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Meanwhile, Rebecca, shielded at a secure safe house, couldn't have been present at the office. The realization dawned upon them. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now assuming Rebecca's identity, stepping into her life as the genuine Rebecca concealed herself. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne never resurfaced in her former existence, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, 2 women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. At times she scrutinizes their features, seeking distinctions, the subtleties that would set them apart. The most chilling aspect Shaw often imparts to new recruits is not the physical resemblance or vocal mimicry. It's the fervent desire to become you to the extent of erasing oneself in the process. Our identity is not merely what we exhibit to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes we grasp its worth only when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 11. In a quaint coffee shop that had seen the passing of many years, a man had his own unchanging routine, same table, same order, same quiet contemplation. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, he failed to appear. Concerned, the police investigated his usual spot, only to discover a forgotten wallet left behind. Within it lay a driver's license showcasing a face, yet devoid of a name or address, just an unsettling blank space where his identity should have been. Delving into the security footage, they witnessed something inexplicable. The man, now dubbed John Doe in official records, had entered the coffee shop, taken a seat, but never departed. Detective Sarah Mercer studied the surveillance footage intently, feeling the chill of the metal table beneath her fingertips. John Doe, captured by the camera, seemed utterly ordinary, of average height, with unremarkable features, dressed in a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. His disappearance defied all logic, given his lack of distinctiveness. "Play it once more," she instructed the tech expert. The footage revealed John's arrival during the bustling morning hours, his usual black coffee order sans sugar, and his retreat to a secluded corner table shielded by a decorative plant. There he sat, extracted a notebook from his bag, and began jotting down thoughts. Now and then he would sip his coffee and gaze out the window. Then came the pivotal moment. He placed his wallet on the table, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned to his seat. He never emerged from any exit. He simply vanished into thin air. "Check the bathroom footage," Mercer requested. "That's the strange part," the specialist responded. "He never entered any restroom. We've scrutinized every angle. It's as if he evaporated." Back at the precinct, Mercer spread out the wallet's contents on her desk. The driver's license image matched the enigmatic man, but where personal details should have been, blank spaces stared back. The credit cards bore no names, only random 16-digit sequences that led to non-existent accounts. Neatly arranged cash of various denominations, a coffee shop receipt dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card devoid of any text save for a faintly printed phone number. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence on the other end, accompanied by the rustling of paper as if someone were flipping through sheets. After 30 seconds, the call abruptly ended. The barista who had served John for years offered limited insights. He seldom spoke, always courteous though. Generous with tips, perhaps he had an accent, but his soft-spoken manner made it hard to discern. Did he interact with anyone here, engage in conversations? Mercer inquired. Never, always by himself, engrossed in that notebook. The notebook lay untouched on the table alongside the forsaken wallet, its pages filled with cryptic lines resembling code or ciphers. Department cryptographers grappled with deciphering its contents. Among the scribbles were architectural sketches of buildings unknown to the area. Mercer dispatched officers to circulate photos of John Doe in the neighborhood. No one recognized him. No missing persons report matched his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases, as if he were a phantom exclusive to the coffee shop's confines. During her probe, Mercer noticed an anomaly in the security footage. Each morning John entered, the camera's timestamp flickered briefly. The tech expert dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the coffee shop, she settled at his table, affording a view of both the entrance and the restroom corridor. Suspended between them hung an antique mirror adorned with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon the owner's arrival, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. That old thing, been here longer than me, came with the building, heavy as can be, needs two to move it. Has it ever been relocated? For cleaning or redecoration. Not in my tenure. Why do you ask? Mercer approached the mirror, examining her reflection. The glass bore a slight distortion, lending her image an uncanny depth. Expecting cool glass, she felt an unexpected warmth upon touching it. The forensics team analyzed the mirror upon its removal, unveiling a small, concealed cavity behind it. Within lay a stack of identical wallets, each containing a blank driver's license photo. Adjacent sat a leather-bound journal brimming with entries scripted over decades, mirroring the handwriting in the tabled notebook. The final entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Scattered throughout the hidden compartment were John Doe's fingerprints. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet hinted it was 50 years old, yet the photograph displayed an unchanging visage. The journal entries hinted at experiments concerning temporal displacement and identity transference, with mentions of crossing back and window points. One passage seized Mercer's attention. The coffee shop serves as a nexus, a point of convergence for realities. The mirror acts as the portal. When alignment occurs, traversal becomes viable. As the inquiry deepened, peculiar occurrences unfurled around the coffee shop. Patrons reported seeing their reflections moving autonomously in the window's glass. Many swore to have glimpsed John Doe seated at his customary table, despite surveillance footage showing an empty seat. The breakthrough came when an elderly woman reached out to the police station regarding the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist involved in classified governmental projects. Recognizing John Doe from news coverage, she disclosed his true name was Daniel Weston, a brilliant theoretical physicist who vanished during an experiment involving quantum mirror surfaces theorized to facilitate interreality matter passage. Keller furnished documents affirming Weston's presumed demise following a laboratory mishap. The disappearance date aligned with the journal's earliest entry discovered behind the mirror. He believed our world coexisted with others, Keller elaborated. He posited that specific locations acted as junctions between these realms, gateways enabling traversal. Armed with this revelation, Mercer revisited the coffee shop. She learned that the building occupied the former site of the research facility where Weston had twalled. The coffee shop had been erected directly atop the laboratory where he vanished. The case's pinnacle arrived as Mercer, reviewing security footage late one solitary night, discerned an oversight in the recordings. Reflected in the mirror's background, she observed John Doe Daniel Weston observing himself at the table. Two iterations of the same man coexisting simultaneously. Rushing to the coffee shop to reevaluate the mirror, she found it shattered on the ground. Amidst the shards lay a final note scribed in the familiar hand. The experiment concludes. The portal seals shut. Do not pursue. The enigma of the man who never existed lingered unresolved. Subsequently, the coffee shop shuttered post-inquiry, its edifice eventually razed. Weston's remains evaded discovery, while his journals and notebooks vanished from the evidence vault under mystifying circumstances. Mercer relinquished her post not long after. Locals sometimes sighted her on her porch, feverishly jotting in a notebook akin to Weston's. Adorning her wall hung a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface occasionally rippling when unobserved. Story 12. In a small town nestled among towering trees, there was a house at the edge of the woods that people never spoke of. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch worn down by the passage of time. No one laid claim to it, no one could recall who erected it. But when a group of adventurers ventured too close, they stumbled upon something peculiar, names etched into the wooden panels, carved deep as if to serve as ominous warnings. At the very end of the list, untouched by weather, was a name unfamiliar to them all. And then a hushed whisper escaped one of them, quivering, "That name belongs to me." Under the veil of night, a call came into dispatch, catalogued as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the group who had stumbled upon his own name engraved on the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated nothing beyond juvenile mischief, perhaps a jest among companions. However, what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness blanketed the forest, her flashlight piercing through the gloom to reveal the weathered front of the building. The names, 27 in total, traced down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly imperceptible against the aged wood, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incisions still redolent of sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason asserted, his words materializing as mist in the frigid air. "I can't fathom how anyone could know my name." The inquiry commenced with scrutinizing the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had turned cold, others remained active, yet all shared a chilling commonality: the individuals had vanished while hiking alone. Forensic specialists meticulously documented each carving, noting the differing depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a missing persons case from 37 years prior, recounting a young woman who entered the woods and never returned. Search parties unearthed naught but a lone hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller delved into Mason's narrative extensively. His account remained unwavering. He bore no ties to the area beyond this expedition with 4 college comrades. They had picked the trail at random, based on an online suggestion. Nothing in his history linked him to the other names adorning the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots taken during their trek. Upon review, analysts discerned something unsettling. A blurred figure loomed in the background of 3 separate images. A tall, gaunt silhouette, often obscured by the trees. "We never encountered anyone else on the trail," Emily affirmed. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the interior of the house. The edifice seemed forsaken. Dust cloaked every surface. Furniture lay shattered and strewn. Yet in the basement, officers unearthed a harrowing tableau. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item tagged with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Technicians methodically cataloged every item. Beneath ultraviolet light, bloodstains emerged on the concrete floor, evidence of years of scrubbing attempts. Despite ground-penetrating radar unveiling no buried bodies beneath the dwelling, cadaver dogs persistently alerted near the densely wooded rear of the property. As the investigation escalated, Detective Keller noted peculiar conduct from Mason Wright. He began recounting eerie incidents, mutterings outside his flat, fresh footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures observing from the street. The department assigned an officer for his safeguard, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough surfaced as researchers unearthed land records buried in county archives. The residence had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished 15 years ago without a trace, his disappearance left unprobed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encircling forest. The search party chanced upon a network of rudimentary hunting blinds, strategically situated along frequented hiking trails. Within one, they uncovered a journal chronicling meticulous observations, depictions of hikers, their paths, gear, and behaviors. The penmanship mirrored samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries grew progressively unsettling. Initial pages delineated hunting tactics for fauna, while subsequent entries portrayed humans as quarry their routines, vulnerabilities, and techniques for their acquisition. The final pages provided intricate narratives of stalking each victim on the wall, complete with elaborate accounts of target selection. A manhunt for Blackwood was initiated across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the woods. Tactical units methodically combed every crevice and cavern, yet the suspect eluded capture. Mason Wright ceased answering calls. Officers dispatched to his abode discovered it deserted, the chambers vacant. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a solitary inscription: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks. However, during a subsequent sweep of Blackwood's dwelling, forensic technicians unearthed a ghastly revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement, they stumbled upon a small workshop housing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly hewn piece of timber engraved with a new name not yet affixed to the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the primary forensic examiner who had surveyed the house during the initial probe. The examiner had called in sick that morning and was unreachable by phone. Authorities established a constant surveillance perimeter around the residence. Camera systems captured every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alarm. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, towering and emaciated, moving with an otherworldly fluidity. The figure advanced towards the house, seemingly indifferent to the surveillance. As tactical teams drew closer, the cameras momentarily lost connection. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished. The house remains under perpetual surveillance to this day. Mason Wright and the forensic examiner were never located. The inquiry endures, with fresh resources allocated as analogous vanishings are reported in woodlands elsewhere. The names on the wall have transcended into legend among law enforcement. Some officers eschew uttering them aloud, while others shun the case in its entirety. Local hikers now steer clear of the house, fearing that merely mentioning it might add their names to that dreadful list, the names that no one utters. Story 13. In the heart of the city, there stood a budget hotel, its faded facade a testament to better days long gone. Guests passed through its doors fleetingly, seeking only a night's respite from the world outside. The weary clerk handed her the key, his eyes betraying a silent warning. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. Intrigue beckoned her as she ascended the creaking stairs to her room. That night, bathed in the pale glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the ominous door. The brass handle sent a shiver through her as she reached out to touch it. To the naked eye, it was no different from its neighbors, yet an invisible force seemed to emanate from within. Pressing her ear against the cold wood, she heard a faint, rhythmic breath, like a secret heartbeat in the silence of the night. The next morning, Detective Morgan Reed arrived at the scene, her senses assaulted by the metallic tang of blood that lingered in the air. The room bore witness to a macabre ballet of chaos and order, scenes of violence juxtaposed with untouched corners of normalcy. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her vacant eyes fixed on eternity, a silent witness to the horrors of the night. As Reed knelt beside the victim, the forensic technician's voice pierced the stillness, recounting the grim details of yet another tragedy. A pattern emerged, a series of similar deaths haunting the shadows of forgotten motels. The victims, elegant and out of place, bore the mark of a predator driven by motives beyond mere violence. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the fragments of the puzzle, a tapestry woven with threads of deceit and desire. Each victim, a mirror reflecting the darkness that lurked within their killer's soul. The whispers of a serial predator grew louder, echoing through the community like a sinister lullaby. Days turned into nights as Reed delved deeper into the abyss of the investigation. Clues emerged, leading her down a twisted path of secrets and lies. The victim's sister unveiled a cryptic affair, a web of deceit spun by a man known only as C. Reed's gaze shifted to the workplace, where shadows of suspicion danced among familiar faces. The truth, when uncovered, bore the face of Charles Emerson, a man of influence and duplicity. His polished exterior masked a darkness that Reed could sense but not name. As the web of evidence tightened around him, Emerson's facade crumbled, revealing the monster beneath the mask. In the courtroom, justice unfolded like a slow, solemn dance, a reckoning for the lives he had extinguished in the name of self-preservation. Emerson's stoic demeanor betrayed no remorse, a chilling reminder of the void that dwelled within him. The trial ended, but for Reed, the echoes of the past lingered like a haunting melody. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a cautionary tale of shadows that lurked in plain sight. As the years passed, Reed found herself haunted by the memory of that fateful night, the weight of unsolved mysteries pressing upon her soul. Behind closed doors, the keys to forgotten rooms lay dormant, silent witnesses to the darkness that dwells within us all. Story 14, the mysterious secrets hidden within the old house, emerged slowly, like whispers in the night. Deep in the attic, buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten memories, lay an old box. Neglected and abandoned, it held treasures of a bygone era, faded Polaroids capturing moments frozen in time. Most of the photographs were ordinary, snapshots of joyous occasions and family gatherings. But one photo stood out, shrouded in an unsettling aura. It depicted a family not unlike Rebecca's own, seated in her living room. Yet these were strangers, their smiles masking the danger lurking just beyond the frame. Rebecca's curiosity stirred as she gazed at the ominous figure standing in the shadows of the hallway. A chill ran down her spine, a silent warning of the darkness that lingered within the house's walls. With trembling hands, she carried the photograph downstairs, each creak of the wooden steps echoing in the silence. The kitchen's harsh fluorescent light illuminated the unsettling truth, the eerie resemblance between her home and the unknown family in the photo. Detective Morgan, a man of mystery and intuition, delved into the enigma with a weathered determination, his gaze sharp as he examined the photograph for clues of the past. As the investigation unfolded, layers of history peeled back, revealing a chilling pattern of disappearances. Families had come and gone, leaving behind only unanswered questions and a haunting sense of unease. The Sutherlands, the missing link in the chain of vanishing residents, remained a ghostly enigma. Forensic analysis unveiled the sinister truth behind the photographs, the presence of a malevolent watcher, a specter from the past who lingered in the shadows, unseen yet ever present. The house, a silent witness to untold horrors, held the key to a mystery that spanned decades. The basement, a crypt of secrets, yielded a macabre discovery: the preserved remains of the missing families, their fate sealed within the cold embrace of the earth. Among their possessions, the camera that had captured their final moments, a silent witness to their tragic end. As the investigation spiraled into darkness, a hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a chilling revelation: a journal documenting the twisted obsession of a phantom observer. The final entry, a harbinger of impending doom, sent shivers down Rebecca's spine as she sought refuge under police protection. The night brought no solace, only the ominous ring of a phone call, a sinister reminder that the past never truly sleeps. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield, the enigmatic architect of horror, loomed over the house like a malevolent shadow, his presence felt in every whispered breath and phantom click of a camera. The truth remained elusive, a tantalizing enigma that beckoned from the depths of darkness. The house, now a tomb of secrets, stood as a silent sentinel to the horrors that lurked within its walls. And as new families ventured into its embrace, the watchers in the shadows awaited, their gaze unrelenting, their secrets buried deep within the haunted halls. Story 15. They stumbled upon it in the attic, tucked away beneath a worn-out blanket. A porcelain doll, fragile and aged, its blue eyes painted wide, gazing without a blink. It was a sight unfamiliar to both of them. Initially, they dismissed it as just another overlooked relic from the past. However, that night, as they drifted off to sleep, a subtle unease settled in. The atmosphere grew heavier, the quiet more profound. And when morning dawned, the doll had vanished from the attic, reappearing at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had acquired the Victorian residence through an auction, captivated by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of its troubled history. They were drawn to the stories woven into its very foundation, unaware that they were about to become part of its ongoing tale. Detective Rachel Winters answered the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been discovered in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural manner, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide with a frozen expression of terror. Meanwhile, the male victim was found in the hallway, seemingly caught in a desperate attempt to escape. The scene was pristine, no signs of forced entry, no traces of a struggle beyond the haunting final moments. "The positioning is intentional," Detective Winters murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she recorded her observations. "The woman appears staged, like a doll plucked from a display case." The investigation commenced with thorough interrogations of neighbors. An elderly lady recalled glimpsing a shadow flitting behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been away. Another resident mentioned hearing what seemed like a child's laughter emanating from the vacant house in the dead of night. Each testimony added a layer of disquiet to the mounting enigma. Forensic experts unearthed minuscule fibers scattered throughout the residence: vintage cotton and silk, akin to materials used in antique doll clothing. The fibers were most concentrated around the victims and the attic space. More unsettling was what they didn't uncover. No fingerprints besides those of the victims, no foreign DNA, no footprints where they shouldn't have been. "It's as if the perpetrator was never physically present," remarked the lead forensic analyst. The focus of the investigation shifted to the property's history. Records unveiled a recurring pattern. 3 previous owners spanning 6 decades had met mysterious ends. Each case remained unresolved, with reports of peculiar anomalies. One family recounted discovering antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing phantom footsteps when the house should have been empty. Deep in her search, Detective Winters stumbled upon a yellowed newspaper clipping from years past. It detailed a renowned doll maker who had once resided in a house with his daughter. The child's demise was shrouded in suspicion, and though the father was questioned, no charges were brought against him. Before his own tragic end, he had crafted one final doll, a replica of his daughter, said to be flawless. The inventory list from Sarah and Michael's purchase made no mention of such a doll. Further investigation unveiled a common thread among the victims. They had all made alterations to the attic, the same space Sarah and Michael had been renovating into a workspace prior to their demise. A breakthrough arrived when old photographs were discovered in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Among the images was the doll maker, surrounded by his creations. One doll stood out identical to the one found by Sarah and Michael. In some photographs, the doll appeared to shift positions, almost as if it moved between shots taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls unearthed a bone-chilling revelation: faint handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a peculiar residue identified as a blend of porcelain dust and unclassified organic matter. The case took a hair-raising turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman divulged family legends about the doll maker infusing his creations with unconventional materials and techniques, rumored to include elements of the human form to animate them. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, wisdom the doll maker had gathered in his travels. "The most perfect dolls," she murmured, "were more than mere playthings." Following this revelation, the investigation hit a roadblock. No suspects emerged, no traditional rationale aligned with the evidence. The case remained active, yet grew colder by the day. Detective Winters opted to retain the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the precinct. The morning after, officers discovered her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. Detective Winters sat at her desk, disoriented but unharmed, with no recollection of the night before. Surveillance footage during those hours displayed only static. The house was auctioned off once more, its dark past overshadowing its architectural grandeur, driving the selling price down. The new owners found the attic bare save for a neatly folded blanket in a corner. The doll remained elusive, and Sarah and Michael's deaths joined the roster of unsolved mysteries whispered about within the precinct. Rumors circulated of glimpses of the doll in evidence storage, though official checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired prematurely, citing personal grounds. On her final day, she extracted a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker and his collection. She sealed it in an envelope labeled "Never Open" and stowed it away. The new occupants reported no disturbances, opting to leave the attic undisturbed. Yet on tranquil nights, neighbors swore they caught sight of a faint shadow behind the attic window and heard gentle, childlike laughter wafting through the stillness. Story 16: The Unearthed Secret. Renovations always have a way of revealing hidden mysteries. As Sarah and Michael delved into remodeling their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they expected to find the usual artifacts of the past: old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. However, what they unearthed beneath the floorboards was far from ordinary. A folded letter, aged and fragile, lay nestled beneath the wooden planks. Its ink, faded with time, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the couple could fully grasp the implications of the message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene with her partner, the floorboards still exposed, unveiling a dark void beneath. With hands weathered by years of investigative work, she carefully retrieved the note, mindful of preserving any potential evidence. The couple had unknowingly contaminated it with their touch, but Reed's keen eye caught the genuine fear in their expressions as they recounted the eerie knocking sound. Background checks on Sarah and Michael revealed nothing amiss, just 2 newlyweds with solid reputations and stable lives. However, the history of their new home told a different tale. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for generations, the house had stood empty for 2 years following the passing of its last inhabitant, the reclusive widow Margaret Hargrove. Neighbors painted a picture of Margaret as a solitary yet amiable woman with no known enemies. Despite her seemingly uneventful life and peaceful demise, there lingered an unsettling aura surrounding the house. Forensic analysis dated the mysterious note back 2 decades, hinting at a time of distress and fear for its author. Reed delved deeper into the Hargroves' past, unearthing tales of Franklin, Margaret's late husband, a respected teacher turned recluse tormented by paranoia in his final years. A former student's account hinted at a shadowy figure, a collector known as Victor Mercer, who haunted Franklin with his presence and demands. The breakthrough came from Margaret's frail sister, whose fading memory whispered of Franklin's gambling debts and the relentless 3-knock visitations from the enigmatic collector. Franklin's refusal to sell the house to settle his debts led to a fatal confrontation, concealed within the crawlspace that now held dark secrets. Excavation efforts unveiled a chilling truth: Victor Mercer's remains, hidden beneath the house's foundation, bore witness to a crime long buried. Through Margaret's diaries, Reed pieced together the tragic events that led to Mercer's demise at the hands of Franklin, with Margaret reluctantly aiding in the cover-up out of fear for her own life. The case, once shrouded in mystery, now stood resolved. Justice, though delayed, had been served. The house, tainted by the shadows of its past, stood vacant as Sarah and Michael chose to part ways with its haunting legacy. Local whispers spoke of spectral knocks in the night, a lingering reminder of the secrets buried within the walls. As Detective Reed closed the case, she pondered the unsolved question of who truly held the key to Margaret's torment: Mercer, Franklin, or another unseen force manipulating the strings of fate. Some mysteries, she concluded, defy complete unraveling, leaving behind a haunting echo of the past that lingers in the stillness of the night. Story 17. In the beginning, there was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, but then the audio crackled and a soft voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, only to find the crib empty. The window was shut tight, the door locked securely. The only thing amiss was a stuffed rabbit on the floor, its dark, unblinking eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house, raw and desperate, until her voice gave out. The neighbors, alarmed by her cries, dialed emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca clutching the rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace. The investigation that followed yielded few clues. There were no signs of forced entry. The security system had remained intact all night, and the baby monitor footage showed nothing out of the ordinary except for that eerie voice and static. The puzzle perplexed the investigators. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and leave no trace except for a disturbed toy? Suspicion fell heavily on Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business, and their relationship had been strained since Samuel's arrival. Medical records hinted at Rebecca seeking help for postpartum depression. During questioning, the detectives noted her eerie composure, considering the circumstances. The town buzzed with rumors behind closed doors. Then a breakthrough emerged. Tiny fibers were found on the nursery windowsill, distinct from the household fabrics or their attire. These fibers matched a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The focus shifted. Footage from neighboring homes revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily that fateful night. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by climbers and military personnel. Rebecca was no longer the prime suspect. Daniel returned home, bewildered and distressed. Unusual calluses on his hands caught the investigators' attention. He mentioned taking up rock climbing to cope with stress. The detectives exchanged meaningful glances. Financial records painted a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a hefty life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records uncovered multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased before the abduction. The case darkened further when it was revealed that Daniel had a secret second family elsewhere, unbeknownst to Rebecca. As the inquiry deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a crucial piece of evidence. Digital forensics uncovered hacking. Someone had intercepted and manipulated the signal. The eerie voice wasn't from inside the nursery. It had been transmitted remotely to Rebecca's bedside receiver. The trail led to a residential basement where a startling revelation awaited. Samuel was found alive under the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered quietly, her eyes vacant as she was apprehended. The link was established through old photos and DNA tests. Elaine was Daniel's ex-wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years prior. Unable to move on, she had monitored Daniel's life, witnessing him start anew with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence painted a different narrative. His climbing gear matched the fibers on the windowsill, his boots the garden print. Encrypted messages outlined their scheme. Daniel would breach the security. Elaine would take the child they both believed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would fuel their new life together. The courtroom fell silent during the trial as the prosecution played the enhanced baby monitor audio. Amidst the chilling whispers, forensic specialists isolated another sound: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene of the abduction he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly reached a verdict. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for their crimes. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, away from the shadows of the past. The case reshaped how modern abductions are investigated. Baby monitors nationwide underwent scrutiny for vulnerabilities, and parents fortified nursery safeguards. Security experts warned of tech-savvy criminals preying on the innocent. Samuel grew up without memory of that fateful night. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away, unable to part with it or meet its gaze that had witnessed the truth the monitor revealed. The monitor never lied. It captured the reality, albeit in a way no one anticipated. Story 18. Deep within the Victorian-era home of Michael and Sarah Klein, a mysterious narrative unfolded as they embarked on a journey of renovation. What began as a simple water stain in the master bedroom soon unraveled into a haunting discovery that transcended time and reality. As the couple peeled away layers of wallpaper, A name emerged, Alina Winters, etched in ink, repeated with fervor across the wall in a frantic, uneven script. Intrigued by the enigma before them, Michael and Sarah delved into a web of secrets that intertwined the past with the present. The name, Alina Winters, led them down a path of obscurity, shrouded in a veil of unanswered questions. Who was she, and why was her name etched so fervently within the walls of their new abode? Their search yielded a single, chilling result, a missing persons case from decades ago, featuring a young woman whose resemblance to the previous homeowner, Margaret Cavendish, was uncanny. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a portrait of deception and tragedy that spanned generations. As the couple delved deeper into the mystery, their home transformed from a sanctuary of nostalgia to a realm of uncertainty and intrigue. The walls whispered secrets of the past, drawing them into a realm where reality blurred with illusion, and the boundaries of identity dissolved like shadows in the night. With each revelation, the haunting presence of Alina Winters grew more palpable, her essence lingering in the very fibers of the house. Sarah's fingertips traced the name, feeling the weight of a story untold, a life unfulfilled. Michael's search for answers led them to the retired detective, unearthing a cold case that refused to be forgotten. But it was the hidden space beneath the floorboards that unveiled the true extent of the mystery, a labyrinth of identities intertwined, each bearing the mark of a fractured mind. Alina Winters, Margaret Cavendish, Rebecca Eldridge, the names danced like ghosts in the shadows, each a piece of a puzzle that defied logic and reason. As forensic teams unearthed the chilling truth buried beneath the garden, the boundaries between past and present blurred, revealing a tale of obsession and tragedy that spanned decades. Rebecca Eldridge, the elusive figure behind the facade of Margaret Cavendish, emerged as the orchestrator of a macabre charade, a charade that ended in murder and deceit. The walls themselves bore witness to the confession of a fractured mind, a testament to the darkness that lurked within the human psyche. For Alina's family, closure came 3 decades late, a bittersweet resolution to a tale of loss and betrayal. And for Michael and Sarah, their dream home became a haunting reminder of a truth too chilling to ignore, a truth that whispered through the cracks in the walls, echoing into the depths of the night. Story 19. It showed up in her mailbox, nestled within a nondescript envelope devoid of any sender's details. A solitary brass key, its surface weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, couldn't place it, yet an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over her upon touching it. Testing it in every lock she owned proved futile. None responded to its touch. Clearly, it belonged to someone else. But when she set it down on the coffee table, a long silent grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a solitary, echoing chime, a sound that hadn't graced the home in years. Puzzled and unsettled, Sarah promptly alerted the authorities about this peculiar event. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns as a mere mix-up in the mail. Just a key, he reasoned. However, Sarah couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, more to pacify Sarah than anything else. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous key would unravel a dark and haunting mystery that would shake the serene suburban neighborhood to its core. When Detective Robert Harmon inherited the case file during the morning briefing, he sensed an underlying gravity beneath the surface. As a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, Harmon possessed a knack for recognizing cases that transcended their outward appearance. The brass key sat innocuously on his desk, yet an unsettling aura lingered around it. Investigative efforts revealed Sarah Miller to be an upstanding member of the community with no criminal record, a retired teacher. a widow, a mother. Her life seemed devoid of any suspicious activity, her innocence shining through in financial records and personal interactions. The forensic team's analysis of the key yielded only Sarah's fingerprints, while the envelope divulged nothing but a common postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no tangible leads, just a worn Schlage key, aged and unassuming. A breakthrough arrived unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique biddings through the department's database. A match from a cold case 7 years prior emerged, linking the key to a storage unit where a gruesome assortment of evidence had been unearthed: bloodied carpets, tools of disarray, and haunting photographs of unknown women. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to insufficient evidence to unmask the perpetrator. Delving into the dusty case files, Harmon discovered a web of darkness intertwined with the past. The key's origins led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's who had slipped through the cracks 6 years ago. Jenkins, a shadowy figure with a transient history, had eerie connections to Sarah, having been a substitute teacher at her school. His unassuming demeanor camouflaged a sinister reality, a reality that would soon come to light in the most chilling of ways. As the investigation deepened, a harrowing revelation surfaced: a hidden room beneath the floorboards of a cabin registered in Jenkins' deceased mother's name. Inside, neatly arranged shelves displayed a collection of identical brass keys, each bearing a name and a date. 5 keys aligned with the women from the photographs, while 27 others hinted at a cascade of unsuspected victims. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified as the scope of his atrocities unfurled. Dubbed the Keymaster by the media, Jenkins had meticulously documented his crimes, leaving behind a trail of terror that spanned nearly a decade. Sarah, now under constant protection, grappled with the chilling realization that she had been unwittingly drawn into a predator's twisted game. A game that culminated in a dramatic showdown as authorities closed in on Jenkins in a remote wilderness. In a final act of defiance, Jenkins chose to end his own life rather than face justice, leaving behind a journal with a chilling message for Sarah, a message that underscored the profound impact of his malevolence. The aftermath unveiled a staggering total of 32 victims, bringing closure to families long haunted by uncertainty. Sarah, forever changed by the nightmare that had encroached upon her life, never returned to her home, forever haunted by the specter of Jenkins' malevolence. The clock that had chimed mysteriously was revealed to be a pawn in Jenkins' voyeuristic game, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the ordinary. The saga of Harold Jenkins, the Keymaster, stands as a stark reminder of the sinister forces that can hide behind a facade of normalcy. As researchers delve into his writings in search of insights, the legacy of his heinous acts serves as a chilling beacon, urging vigilance against the shadows that lurk among us. And amidst the silence of an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys silently bears witness to lives forever altered, a stark testament to the unfathomable darkness that sometimes dwells behind unassuming masks. Story 20. The age department held its secrets: pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered tales of days long past. But the new tenant, Sarah, sensed something more sinister in the air. The footsteps that echoed from above were too purposeful, too deliberate for a building that should have held no one beyond its top floor. Night after night, the rhythmic pacing above her head kept her company in the shadows. One evening, a surge of courage propelled Sarah to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Then, as if in defiance, a single knock resounded from within the ceiling itself. Sarah chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing the sounds to the settling of the old building or perhaps a curious critter exploring the attic space. Despite the relentless footsteps that traversed her ceiling each night, she adapted by drowning out the eerie echoes with blaring TV volumes and the solace of headphones as she drifted into slumber. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden realm during routine repairs. Beneath a section of dislodged drywall in the hallway, a concealed passage unfolded a space that defied the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight, the narrow crawl space unveiled a ghostly sanctuary adorned with remnants of human presence: food wrappers, water bottles, a tattered blanket, and a weathered notebook. The notebook, a chronicle of Sarah's daily life, held hauntingly detailed notes of her every move. A meticulous observer had recorded her routines, her visitors, her meals, even the moments of solitude in her sanctuary. The entries began with precision but spiraled into madness, with cryptic symbols scrawled in the margins. The final words read, "The subject has turned a blind eye to my existence. No one ignores me." Forensic teams delved into the shadows of the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints that bore no match in any database. An intricate network of passages interwoven within the walls and ceilings of the building was unveiled, some dating back generations. These secret pathways led to 5 different apartments, yet culminated in watchful points disguised as imperceptible apertures, with only one target in focus: Sarah Coleman's dwelling. Interviews with current occupants yielded no unusual accounts, but former residents unveiled a different tale. 3 predecessors of Sarah spoke of a sensation of being surveilled, of inexplicable movements in the dead of night. One soul had fled after a mere fortnight, haunted by unseen eyes. None had dared voice their fears, haunted by the specter of sounding paranoid. The unraveling of the enigma began with the discovery of microscopic blood traces in one of the hidden passages. DNA scrutiny linked the evidence to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace years prior, residing directly beneath Sarah's abode. Martin's abrupt disappearance had coincided with confrontations with Edward, a reclusive neighbor who harbored a penchant for silence and solitude. Edward's pattern of transient habitation across multiple buildings unveiled a chilling narrative of isolation and secrecy. His enigmatic presence in the lives of those around him, coupled with his sudden disappearances, raised red flags that echoed through time and space. A remote cabin concealed Edward's clandestine operations, a macabre shrine to his obsessions. Walls adorned with images of unwitting residents, meticulously charted maps of building structures, and journals chronicling the care of his captives painted a grim picture. The corkboard at the cabin's heart bore witness to the missing souls, the victims of a deranged architect of captivity. As the search for Edward intensified, a chilling realization gripped Detective Morris. The specter of Sarah's ordeal haunted his thoughts. The phantom footsteps that traversed her ceiling, the silent observer in the shadows, the unsettling knowledge that someone had watched her every move in the darkness. The hunt for Edward, now revealed as Edward Mercer, a master of concealment and manipulation, intensified. Thermal scans revealed no current occupancy within the hidden passages. Sarah Coleman's fate remained shrouded in uncertainty, her disappearance echoing across state lines. Detective Morris, in the solitude of his own abode, finds himself gazing at his ceiling on restless nights, pondering the secrets that may lurk beyond. The ghostly echoes of footsteps, the unspoken whispers of the walls, and the chilling thought of who else might be listening in the stillness of the night. Story 21. The ancient library faced its final hour, marked for destruction. The workers toiled tirelessly, nearing the end of their task, when a serendipitous stumble unveiled a hidden latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the shelf swung open, unveiling a clandestine passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within was heavy, untouched by human hands for decades. In the dimness, there stood no furniture except for a solitary chair, firmly anchored to the floor. And scrawled repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly alerted the authorities, summoning the police to the scene. What had begun as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned veteran of 2 decades in law enforcement, stood at the threshold, his flashlight piercing the darkness, casting an eerie glow on the cryptic words that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh directed the officers, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building whispered of intriguing tales. Once owned by the Harrington family, pillars of the community, the library had been gifted to the public following the mysterious vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. She had disappeared in her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the case had gone cold. The prevailing notion hinted at her fleeing to forge a new life, a narrative her family vehemently refuted, convinced of a darker reality. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed hair strands and fibers embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall harbored faint traces of blood and skin cells beneath layers of dust. Initial analyses hinted at a young female as the source of the biological remnants. "This chair was meant for confinement," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. "The occupant must have fought fiercely." Walsh assembled a team to delve into the enigmatic past of the Harrington lineage. The timing of the library's donation gnawed at him. It coincided eerily with Rebecca's disappearance, a correlation that now bore weighty significance. Further inquiries unearthed a disconcerting detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records revealed exorbitant payments to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, affirming ignorance of the concealed room. However, an elderly librarian recounted Maxwell's solitary hours spent in that section of the building after closing time, a detail that had evaded notice. Maxwell insisted that area remain untouched during renovations, she recounted to investigators, citing his rationale of historical significance and irreplaceable craftsmanship. The investigation reached a crescendo when DNA results conclusively linked the genetic material from the hidden chamber to samples from Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old bedroom. The timeline unfolded with grim clarity. Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by a member of her own family. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, where in Maxwell's study, they uncovered a concealed journal within a secret compartment. The journal chronicled months of unsettling entries, detailing Maxwell's unnerving fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened exposure. "I cannot allow that. The chamber shall confine her until she comprehends." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's faide crumbled. "She jeopardized everything," he confessed tonelessly. "Rebecca unearthed evidence of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was paramount. I could not permit her to tarnish it." His admission painted a macabre portrait. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca in the library, subduing her and ensnaring her in the hidden chamber. His plan was to detain her until she succumbed to silence, but fate intervened. During a confrontation, Rebecca had attempted to break free. In the ensuing struggle, Maxwell had extinguished her life. Panic consumed me, Maxwell recounted in his confession. I interred her beneath the chamber's floor and sealed it off. Then I donated the building to ensure the concealed section remained untouched. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed human remains beneath the chamber's floor. The excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, her wrist adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a somber closure to a harrowing chapter. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, a poignant relic to inter with her remains. The library's demolition halted indefinitely, transforming into a site of remembrance and contemplation. Community members laid flowers at the entrance, paying homage to a life extinguished prematurely, a truth veiled behind a bookshelf awaiting revelation. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's desperate plea etched on the walls, "I am still here," assured her eternal remembrance and heralded the eventual arrival of justice, albeit belated, into the light. Story 22. The apartment lay silent for months, a dormant space waiting to reveal its secrets. The new tenants, weary from the move, expected nothing more than layers of dust and perhaps a few forsaken relics left behind. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, a closet locked tight from within. When the landlord finally coerced it open, the anticipation was tinged with unease. Not discarded coats or forgotten trinkets greeted them, but a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore the marks of desperation deep, jagged scratches etched into the wood as if by trembling hands seeking escape. And in the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its battery long extinguished, save for one haunting message glowing on the screen, unread. Detective Morgan Shaw, a veteran of harrowing investigations, felt a chill creep down her spine at the scene before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or overt violence that disturbed her, but the silent screams echoed in those scratch marks, a silent testimony of someone trapped, fighting against the confines of that small, suffocating space. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch on camera. "And gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone whispered ominous words, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy hands, nervously recounted that the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. "She kept to herself, hardly a sound," he stammered, avoiding meeting Shaw's gaze. "No trouble ever caused." Forensic analysis unveiled a chilling truth. Within those scratches, multiple blood samples, most belonging to Emma Caldwell, reported missing at the age of 28 after her abrupt disappearance from work. Yet amidst her DNA, 2 other samples lingered. One remained a mystery to the databases, while the other matched a man who had supposedly perished in a car crash 2 years prior. "This defies logic," Shaw muttered, studying the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, declared dead and identified through dental records after an assault conviction, now left his mark on those closet walls. Emma's abode painted a poignant narrative of an interrupted existence. Stacked mail, an abandoned coffee mug in the sink, a neatly arranged bed. Her phone records revealed a sudden silence in her conversations with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number before her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage unveiled a shadowed figure, obscured by a cap, following Emma into her building one fateful night. The breakthrough arrived with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet doorknob belonging to none other than Derek Mercer. He faked his death, Shaw deduced. But why, and how does he connect to Emma? The enigma deepened with the revelation of another missing woman, Lynette Porter, whose vanished trail intertwined with Emma's. A vehicle linked to Derek Mercer's family frequented Emma's address, matching his physical description. The investigation unraveled a web of deceit leading to a secluded property in Mercer's name. Behind fortified basement doors, they unearthed Lynette Porter alive but withered, confined in a chamber reminiscent of Emma's prison. "He made me witness," she murmured, hollow-eyed. "Said I needed to learn the fate of those who dare to flay." Evidence mounted against Derek Mercer, diaries chronicling his obsession with dominance, photographs resembling Emma and Lynette, and damning footage of him coercing Emma into that suffocating closet. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed in the recording. "Tell our story, no one betrays me." The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, his capture a race against time. As authorities combed the shadows, profilers unveiled a chilling portrait, a man driven not only by murder but by the perverse pleasure of extinguishing hope in confined spaces. When they finally apprehended him at a bus terminal, Mercer bore a new identity and a ticket to an unknown coastal destination. In his possession, duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping detailing Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a disconcerting calmness. "She sent that message herself," he dismissed the phone's haunting words. "She sought rescue, but she didn't merit escape." The trial laid bare the elaborate charade of Mercer's demise, leveraging a homeless man's dental records to orchestrate his vanishing act. For years, he lurked unseen, preying on women resembling his initial victim. Emma's remains were never recovered. Forensic clues hinted at her tragic demise within that unforgiving closet, eternally clawing at unyielding walls. The jury swiftly reached a unanimous guilty verdict after a mere 4 hours of deliberation. As the judge pronounced a life sentence devoid of reprieve, Mercer's lips twitched in a faint smile, as if the outcome aligned with his enigmatic logic. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter faced him down. "You locked us in darkness, for that's where your soul dwells imprisoned. As you wither in your cell, I shall bask in the light." The case reshaped missing persons protocols, emphasizing relationship dynamics and property investigations. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's dwelling in her office, a poignant reminder that horror isn't always clad in blood, but etched in the frantic marks of one battling for survival. Story 23. The tale of the new homeowners unfolded like a whispered secret in the night. The old Victorian manor they now called home held mysteries that transcended time itself. Daniel and Meredith Parker were drawn to the house's history, its intercom system a relic of a bygone era, crackling with untold stories late at night. The couple brushed off the quirks at first, dismissing the static and occasional whispers as mere echoes of the past. One fateful night, curiosity got the best of Daniel. He pressed the button on the intercom, and a chilling whisper slithered through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" His hands trembled, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. Behind him, Meredith denied ever uttering those words, her voice barely a breath in the stillness of the house. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, sensing there was more to the supposed break-in than met the eye. Daniel, pale and haunted, recounted the strange events that had unfolded since they moved in. The discovery behind a wall, hidden for decades, unraveled a chilling tale of betrayal and tragedy. A leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina revealed her fears of her husband's sinister intentions. The final entry, penned 30 years ago, hinted at a dark and unresolved fate. As the investigation delved deeper, the truth buried beneath the house's foundation came to light. A woman's remains, a victim of violence long forgotten. Vincent Blackwood, the elderly former owner, confessed to the crime that had haunted the house for years. His chilling account of silencing Alina's voice through deception sent shivers down the detective's spine. The house itself seemed to bear witness to the long-kept secret, its walls echoing with the pain of the past. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent admitting guilt to the murder he had concealed for decades. The judge's words echoed the calculated cruelty of his actions, condemning him for the silence he had imposed on Alina's voice. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's history, bid farewell to the manor, its dark past now laid bare. As the intercom system was dismantled by the new owners, whispers lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the house's hidden truths. Detective Reeves, closing the case file for the last time, felt a sense of closure wash over her. The house, once a silent witness to a heinous crime, had found its voice through the echoes of the past. Driving past the manor on her way home, Detective Reeves felt a tug of curiosity, a longing to hear the whispers carried on the breeze. The house stood silent, its secrets now revealed, but its presence lingered like a ghost in the night, a testament to the power of voices long silenced but never forgotten. Story 24. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The architectural plans held no clue to its existence. Yet when the family removed the worn carpet, they uncovered a concealed door. A hefty, corroded handle awaited them. It took the strength of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air wafted out, heavy with the aroma of damp soil. Steps descended into darkness, beckoning them onward. Expecting mere storage, they were met with a solitary chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb. And there, on the wall behind, hung a series of photographs depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode in the midst of winter, the early darkness enveloping the neighborhood in an eerie stillness. The aged structure, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, exuded a certain charm, or so they thought. Little did they foresee the depth of history the house harbored, or the chilling collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit diligently marking the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's tremulous voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their very living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else ventures below," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes punctuated the darkness as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended. The basement, no larger than a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a dull gray. A solitary chair was anchored to the floor at the room's center. Above, the stark bulb cast elongated shadows, swaying gently in an unseen current. However, it was the array of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," noted Connor's partner, inspecting the timestamps on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer napping on the sofa, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their rooms." The investigation uncovered no signs of forced entry, no evidence of intrusion. The security system had remained silent. Nothing tangible had been pilfered. Yet their privacy had been violated, their sense of security shattered. Forensic analysis revealed multiple fingerprints, predominantly belonging to previous occupants of the house. A history of 6 swift turnovers in the past decade emerged, each family departing within a year, selling at ever-decreasing prices. None had mentioned an underground chamber. "We must interview every former owner," Connors stipulated, flipping through her notepad. The case darkened as they delved deeper into the past. Discrepancies in property records surfaced, blueprints altered between transactions, permits filed then retracted, inspection reports marred by redactions. A breakthrough arrived during a conversation with a contractor who had refurbished the house 7 years prior. His complexion blanched upon glimpsing photographs of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he protested, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place to its core. There was no basement, no door. Nothing beneath the living room but earth and concrete." Data extracted from a hidden memory card within the light fixture inundated their evidence boards with myriad images not solely of the Mercers, but of past families. Children slumbering, parents quarreling, intimate scenes, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized observer. The case veered into darker territory as audio files emerged from a weatherproof box concealed in the basement. Recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living area. Despite an exhaustive initial search, no hidden microphones had been located. "We must scrutinize every wall," Connors commanded, urgency lacing her words. "Inspect air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passage leading to a minuscule monitoring station. A desk, a chair. A laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations on each family that had dwelled within the house. Their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script matched that of the original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Public records indicated his demise during the house's construction, a fact that grew increasingly dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No trace of a death certificate. No funeral arrangements on record. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public archives. The journal's final entries spiraled into madness. Phrases like "they never look beneath" and "they never perceive me" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a single sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint comparison confirmed what had begun to dawn on the detectives. Edward Kelvin had never vacated the house he erected. Instead, he had retreated into its covert recesses, crafting a network of observation points to surveil families who believed themselves unobserved. The pursuit endured 3 days before they discovered him huddled within a crawlspace amid the second-floor chambers, his physique wiry and sinewy, adapted to navigating the narrow passageways he had fashioned within the walls. Blinking against the glare of the flashlights, his eyes reflected an unfamiliar brightness. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private drama. He narrated their lives with the detached demeanor of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He professed to never intrude, never thieve, never directly disrupt their existence. He had merely watched, recorded, chronicled. "They welcomed me in," he asserted to investigators, his tone soft and rational. "They signed the deeds, they became mine." The psychiatric evaluation concluded Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, perceiving himself as a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were transient guests in what he regarded as his enduring abode. The Mercers refrained from revisiting the property. Like their predecessors, they abandoned their possessions, salvaging only what fit in suitcases. The house stood desolate as legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, observation points intricately woven into the structure, all meticulously planned prior to the initial brick being laid. The dwelling had been conceived as a voyeuristic contraption from the outset, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive cataloging. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin exhibited no emotion. He had already withdrawn into the recesses of his mind, where he could roam unseen through the passages of the house, now existent solely in recollection. The property was ultimately razed, its earth excavated and replaced. Yet for those families who had resided there, the violation persisted. They were haunted not by what had been stripped from them, but by what had lurked unbeknownst to them, observing, listening, documenting their most intimate moments from within walls they trusted to shield them. Occasionally, in silent interludes, they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 25. The aged apartment exuded an air of antiquity, with its creaking heating system and clattering pipes creating a familiar yet eerie ambience. She had grown accustomed to these sounds, reassuring herself that they were merely quirks of an old building. But one night, a whisper, barely audible yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents. It was not the usual background noise of neighbors chatting on the phone. It was a soft, beckoning voice calling her name. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A chill swept past her, almost teasingly, as the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the heart of the deserted apartment, surrounded by the meticulous work of the forensics team. Cameras flashed, capturing every detail as they combed through the scene. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been absent for a week before the stench caught the attention of the building's manager. What they uncovered within the ventilation system was beyond comprehension. Officer Patel recounted Alina's claims of hearing voices through the vents, which had been dismissed by the building management as mere echoes of the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw, kneeling by the vent, observed the deep scratches surrounding it, evidence of a frantic attempt to pry it open from the inside. The chilling realization dawned on her: someone had been trapped within these walls, desperate to escape. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing plants and brightening her students' days, had exhibited signs of paranoia in the days leading up to her disappearance. Her sister revealed during an interview that Alina had been convinced of a sinister presence, whispering to her through the vents. Shaw surveyed the apartment anew, noticing details that hinted at a sinister presence lingering in the shadows. As the investigation unfolded, eerie revelations came to light. Fibers matching Alina's clothing were found in the vent, along with a mysterious fingerprint inside the cover. Listening to the haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone, Shaw realized the extent of the psychological torment Alina had endured. The history of the building revealed a chilling pattern of tenants fleeing, citing strange occurrences within the walls. Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent, raised suspicions with his nonchalant demeanor, masking a deeper knowledge of the building's dark secrets. A hidden passage discovered in Alina's bathroom unveiled a sinister truth. A voyeur had been living within the walls, watching, listening, and whispering to unsuspecting victims. Weber's meticulously organized files and disturbing collections painted a picture of a predator lurking in the shadows. Weber's arrest shed light on the horrifying extent of his obsession with the tenants, his delusions of symbiosis with the building, and the twisted shrine he had curated. The trial exposed the chilling reality of his crimes, culminating in a swift verdict of guilt. Despite the renovations and new ownership, the apartment building remained tainted by its dark history. Residents reported inexplicable sounds, whispers in the walls, and chilling drafts that carried spectral voices. The echoes of the past lingered, blending with the groans of the heating system and the rattling of pipes, creating an atmosphere of unease that refused to dissipate. Story 26. In the silent embrace of the night, the old house stood as a sentinel of forgotten memories. Whispers of a vanished young woman lingered in the air, echoing through the empty rooms. The neighbors spoke of her disappearance, a mystery that had shrouded the house in a veil of intrigue for years. And when the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: a bedroom, locked from within, concealing secrets untold. With a gentle persistence, they pried open the stubborn door, revealing a chamber frozen in time. The air was thick with the weight of neglect, dust dancing in the dim light, yet amidst the stillness an unsettling order prevailed. The bed was meticulously made, the mirror gleaming with a haunting clarity. And there, upon the desk, a lone candle stood as a sentinel of the past, its wax a silent witness to forgotten moments. As their eyes traced the room's silent narrative, they came upon a notebook, its pages a tapestry of ink and paper. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths, delved into its depths as forensic technicians danced the delicate dance of investigation. The words within belonged to Elise Winters, a specter of the past, her essence captured in the strokes of her pen. Each page whispered of her existence, leading them closer to the heart of the mystery. In the fading light of the room, Detective Morgan uncovered the final entry, a testament to Elise's turmoil. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words cried out, etched in desperation. The ink bore witness to her fears, to a truth unseen by the world. Her voice echoed through the pages, a plea for justice in the silence of the night. The room held its secrets close, revealing little of the fate that befell Elise. No signs of struggle marred the scene, no crimson stains upon the floor. It was a tableau of preservation, a snapshot of a life interrupted, frozen in time. As the investigation unfolded, hidden truths emerged from the shadows. A key, a flash drive, an intricate web of deceit woven by unseen hands. The darkness within the room gave way to a brighter revelation, exposing the sins of the powerful and the price paid by the innocent. Through the labyrinth of evidence, Detective Morgan followed the trail of corruption, uncovering a web of deceit that stretched beyond the confines of the old house. The truth, like a hidden river, flowed beneath the surface, waiting to be brought into the light. As the pieces fell into place, the shadow of justice loomed large over those who sought to hide in the darkness. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, found himself ensnared in the web of his own making. The walls of deceit crumbled around him, revealing the true face of a man consumed by greed and malice. In the hushed courtroom, the echoes of Elise's voice reverberated, a testament to her courage and her unwavering pursuit of truth. The scales of justice tipped in her favor, casting a light upon the darkness that had sought to consume her. And so the house remained a silent witness to the unfolding drama, a monument to a young woman's courage and a reminder of the power of truth. The whispers of the past lingered in its halls, a haunting melody of justice served and lives forever changed. As night fell upon the old house once more, the echoes of Elise's presence whispered through the empty rooms. Her spirit, a guardian of truth, watched over the silent abode, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in shadows. And in the stillness of the night, justice prevailed, casting a light that could never be extinguished. Story 27. In the quiet hush of the night, let me guide you through a tale of mystery that will soothe your mind and lull you to sleep. Picture a woman named Rebecca Morgan, who found herself reluctantly drawn to the attic of her new rental home. It was a place she avoided, shrouded in shadows and echoes of forgotten memories. But fate had other plans when a storm revealed a leak in the roof, forcing her to confront the dusty, cobweb-laden space. As she ventured deeper, her eyes fell upon an old dollhouse tucked away in the corner, its miniature furniture arranged with eerie precision. Upon closer inspection, Rebecca's heart skipped a beat. The figures within the dollhouse were not mere dolls, but intricately hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny likeness mirrored her loved one's features and postures, frozen in time. Yet one figure stood out, the figure meant to represent Rebecca herself, standing by the attic door, watching. Tracing her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, Rebecca felt a chill seep into her bones, unrelated to the draft that danced through the rafters. This dollhouse did not belong in this unfamiliar abode. It whispered secrets of surveillance and intrusion, unsettling the very foundations of her reality. Soon, law enforcement was summoned to the scene, finding a family besieged by fear and confusion, unwilling to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon delved into the enigma, initially dismissing it as a mere prank or figment of imagination. But the details within the dollhouse painted a different picture, a portrait of obsession and meticulous observation. Forensic revelations unveiled a hidden truth, a hidden basement lair, a voyeur's den beneath the unsuspecting family's feet. An intruder had made their home beneath the floorboards, a silent witness to the Morgans' every move. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators, leading them down a twisted path of clandestine occupation and chilling revelation. The past intertwined with the present as the son of the previous homeowners emerged as the orchestrator of this macabre charade. Martin Wells, driven by possessive delusion, had woven a web of surveillance and control, using the dollhouse as his twisted puppetry stage. His motives lay buried in the shadows of grief and obsession, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. As the truth unfurled, the Morgans found solace in a new beginning, far from the haunting memories of their former dwelling. But the echoes of the dollhouse lingered, a reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be. Rebecca, haunted by the specter of unseen eyes, vowed to banish all traces of miniature replicas from their new haven, seeking sanctuary in the unknown. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the realm of dreams, remember that even in the darkest corners, light can pierce through. May this tale of shadows and revelations soothe your soul and guide you into a peaceful slumber, where the mysteries of the night are but fleeting whispers in the wind.